joylar ilm hunar cho'qqilari birma-bir zabt et. Tilsimlarning kalitlari seniki bo'lsin. Bolajon doim yo'lingda dadil davom et.
Biz bolalar, biz dunyo, biz kelajak, biz yorug'lik. We are the one to save, raise us up, new soul, let me live, new soul, let me live. Heal the world to save us all.
В этом мире так непросто отыскать свой путь земной. Пусть ведут вас к счастью звезды по земле моей родной.
There's not a chance to measure all the beauty of the world when a child is sharing treasure, simply smiling to us all. Il n'est pas simple de trouver son chemin dans ce monde. Que les étoiles vous mènent au bonheur sur ma terre natale. Il n'y a rien de plus beau dans ce monde merveilleux que voir le précieux sourire d'un enfant heureux. Biz bolalar, biz dunyo, biz kelajak, biz yorug'lik. We are the one to save, raise us up, new soul, let me live, new soul, let me live.
Это мы, ты и я. Una alma, una familia. كلنا
Мир — это мы, nous sommes l'avenir. We are the one, biz yorug'lik.
Sahnadagi prezidiumdan
We kindly invite to the podium the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, and the Director General of UNESCO, Audrey Azoulay, and Minister of Preschool Education of Uzbekistan, Madam Agripina Shin.
hurmatli tadbir qatnashchilari, kichik
Dear participants of the conference, The World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education is starting. More than 140 countries are represented today, and this very fact shows the level of importance of this conference. With great pleasure, we give the floor to the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev. Distinguished conference participants, dear ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely congratulate you on the opening of the Second World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education in Tashkent. I extend my sincere gratitude and best wishes to the distinguished guests, the heads of international organizations, the ministers and representatives of foreign countries participating in the international conference. Welcome to Uzbekistan, dear guests. Dear friends, we are particularly gratified that Madame Azoulay, the Director General of UNESCO, is personally participating in the opening ceremony of the international conference. In recent years, our cooperation with UNESCO in the areas of education, science, cultural heritage, information, and communication has been rapidly developing. In particular, with the support of this organization, we have been effectively implementing a number of significant programs and projects to preserve the world cultural heritage sites in our country, restore the cultural ties that existed along the Great Silk Road, improve the quality of the education system, and raise comprehensively developing generation and ensure Uzbekistan youth professional capacity building. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my appreciation to Madame Audrey Azoulay and all our foreign partners for their contribution to this important and noble endeavor. Distinguished conference participants, undeniably, there is a number of challenges in providing a qualified preschool education for young children worldwide. In many countries, the preschool education is not provided for nearly 200 million children, which limits their access to primary education. In its turn, it is no secret that the coronavirus pandemic has had enormous negative impact on the education sector over the next few years. In the time of such challenges, it is clearly important for all countries to deepen close cooperation, as well as for our people to unite and solve issues together. In this regard, I believe that today's conference will help us generate new approaches and solutions to the issue of children's education, which is considered an important direction of the Sustainable Development Goals. Dear friends, based on the principle that human dignity, human rights, and interests are the highest value, we have defined the creation of decent living conditions for the people of our country as a priority of the new Uzbekistan's policy. In this regard, we attach great importance, above all, to the care and the particular support of young people and children, raising them physically healthy and spiritually mature generation. Through early childhood development, and providing a decent learning environment, we are building a solid foundation for children's full self-expression in the future. Indeed, there is no doubt that the investment spent in the path of such a noble goal will pay off several times over in the future. Along with this, all of us are aware that the basis of the children's personality is formed at the preschool age, during which the foundation for child's intellectual and physical development is created. Currently, there are about 3 million children of preschool age in our country. Undoubtedly, they are our most valuable treasure, the creators of our free and prosperous life and our bright future. It's also worth mentioning that several years ago, the preschool enrollment rate fell to 27% in our country. Almost all preschool institutions lacked modern technologies and manuals, and their facilities were in need for renovation. This has limited the opportunity of our children to receive full quality education and upbringing. Whereas the role and importance of the preschool education system in our social life, which is considered to be the most important link in the upbringing of our children, cannot be measured and overstated. And our people know that very well, and all those reforms we are undertaking in New Uzbekistan are aiming this very purpose. For this purpose, and for the first time in the history of our country, we have decided fundamentally modernize existing education sector, in particular the preschool education. As a result, we have established the Ministry of Preschool Education for the first time in our country. We place great emphasis on raising kindergartens to a new level according to time requirements, wide application of advanced methods and techniques, and strengthening the educational and material base. We have created favorable conditions for the entry of private sector to the extensive development of the education sector. We started providing subsidies from the state budget on a per capita basis for children in the kindergartens. In recent years, the number of kindergartens in our country has increased sixfold. Thousands of family kindergartens was established in remote and hard-to-reach residential entities. The number of educators and teachers has also increased threefold and reached 160,000. Furthermore, practical work has been undertaken to improve the qualifications of pedagogic personnel. These measures have resulted in an increase in the number of children receiving education and training in the kindergartens from 600,000 to 2 million, whereas the rate of children's coverage increased to 70%. Distinguished conference participants, you are well aware of the wise saying which states life is constant learning experience. Therefore, in the course of democratic reforms in Uzbekistan, we are prioritizing raising the education system to the level of modern requirements. In particular, more than 10,000 secondary schools are currently operating in our country. In recent years, the number of higher educational institutions has increased by almost 2.5 times and reached 186. 31 of them are branches of the world's leading universities and institutes. It is worth noting that we are continuing this work because any country I visit, any president, head of state I talk to, I pay attention to education issues and bringing the branches of leading universities from those countries to our country, and we are doing great work in enhancing the educational opportunities. It's worth noting that the university admission quota has increased by 3.5 times, and enrollment in higher education increased from 9% to 38%. The number we have to pay attention to. Of course, this is just a figure, but Under those figures, we have a great and tedious work conducted and lots of investments directed. So we're paying great attention to pre-service training and in-service training on pedagogical science specialists. It's well known that our country, located at the crossroads of the Great Silk Road, has been contributing to the development of the world civilization and culture since ancient times. Famous scholars from our land, such as Al-Khwarizmi, who have founded the concept of algebra and algorithm, Al-Biruni, who laid the foundation of the science of mineralogy, Ibn Sina, a famous medical scientist known in the world as Avicenna, Mirza Ulugh Beg, a great astronomer who accurately determined the position and movement of 1,018 stars, Ahmad Fergani, who created a unique device for measuring the level of the Nile River. All of them made a significant contribution to the development of the first and second Eastern Renaissance in the Middle Ages, with their invaluable works, scientific and creative discoveries. Speaking about this, it is worth mentioning that in the past, more than 300 madrasas, which were universities of that time, functioned in Bukhara, and about 120 such madrasas operated in Samarkand. Since immortal times, our country has attached great importance to upbringing along with education. It's well known that the great Uzbek poet and thinker Alisher Navoiy promoted the idea of a perfect human being who is harmoniously developed in all aspects, possessing high knowledge and spirituality. The words of Abdullah Avlani, a great enlightener, famous writer and a pedagogue who worked at the beginning of the 20th century. Education is a matter of either life or death, is a salvation or destruction, is a happiness or disaster. Those words serve as an important program for us even today. We are setting the third Renaissance, building in our country as a strategic task and bringing it up to the level of a national idea. We consider preschool and school education, high and secondary special education system, as well as scientific and cultural institutions as four integral links of the future Renaissance. We believe that kindergarten teachers, school teachers, professors and scientific and creative intellectuals to be the four pillars of the new Renaissance. In this regard, we will strive to achieve our goals by pooling our national experience and the world's best achievements. It is obvious that where there is an education and training, there will undoubtedly be science, culture, and development. Radicalism and extremism will never take root in a highly educated society. We will consistently continue the work we have begun and take all necessary measures in the future to reach enrollment of 80% of young children in preschool education by the year 2025. In addition, as part of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we aim to have 6-year-olds full enrolled in school preparation program by 2025. Dear participants of the conference, the fact that the representatives of 150 countries from around the world are visiting our conference is a clear testament that the development of preschool education is of global importance today. I'm confident that this conference will create new opportunities for future expansion. of international cooperation in order to define policies related to the field of preschool education until the year 2030 in the world and thereby provide quality education to young children. Proceeding from this, we consider it is reasonable to put forward the following important proposals. First, in today's world, preschool children, who are the most vulnerable, are also suffering by the increasing threats of violence. Therefore, it is very urgent to effectively solve the issue of quality education for young children at the global level, to develop joint solutions and systemic approaches to these issues. Taking this into account, we propose to hold this international conference on a regular basis. Second, I hope that you will support our initiative to establish a UNESCO regional center in Tashkent in order to systematically coordinate all our efforts on education in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. I also propose to develop a comprehensive program to conduct joint projects and research with the World Organization for Early Childhood Education to prepare new methods of education and methodological manuals. Moreover, we are putting forward an initiative to create an international community of educators to share world best practices, modern interactive teaching methods, rich practical knowledge and skills in this direction. Number 3, it is important to include the issue of early childhood education as one of the main topics on the general agenda of the forthcoming summit to be held by the United Nations in the year 2024 and dedicate a separate session to that very topic. Based on the outcomes of this international conference, it would be appropriate to adopt a special resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations that recognize raising and educating young children as an important factor in achieving universal development. This very document should reflect significant issues such as increasing the role of parents in ensuring children's quality education and upbringing, spiritual and physical maturity, and their responsibility to fully manifest their abilities and potentials. So, the responsibilities of parents will be also increased. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I believe that today's conference will be held in the spirit of intense discussion and mutual exchange of ideas and new initiatives. Specific proposals and recommendations will be developed. Undoubtedly, the Tashkent Declaration to be adopted following the conference will serve as a foundation for our future collaborative efforts in this area. Taking this opportunity, I wish all of you a sound health, best of luck, and immense success in the work of the conference. Thank you for your attention.
Source.
The floor is given to the Director General of UNESCO, Madame Audrey Azoulay.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Madam Minister, Excellencies, dear friends from around the world, Assalamu alaikum. It is a great pleasure for us to be here in Tashkent for this World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education. It's a great source of pride to be here, welcoming over 2,500 participants, including more than 70 ministers and hundreds of organizations, educators, researchers. I would like to thank the Republic of Uzbekistan for organizing this conference with UNESCO. It illustrates the strengthening, if not blooming, cooperation between Uzbekistan and UNESCO, for which I would like to thank very profoundly and particularly President Mirziyoyev, who has, since our first meeting, I remember very well, at the very beginning of my mandate in UNESCO, invested a lot in culture, in education, in science, and in close cooperation with UNESCO. Thank you, Mr. President. And in doing so, the country is building on its long tradition of fostering discussions and inspiring progress in science, in culture, and education. We all know the famous names of the great cities of the country, like Samarkand, Bukhara, Khiva. We all know the scientific knowledge produced by the country, from Avicenne to Al-Khwarizmi or to Ulugh Beg, and many more. It's a tradition of excellence, which is matched by an unwavering commitment to education, building on this history, building on the future. And especially regarding the subject that brings us together today. Indeed, Uzbekistan has made early childhood education and care a priority, with a pre-primary enrollment rate that has more than doubled, as the President has just shown, in just a few years. And it's one of the best, but also one of the most difficult investments for the future. And today, we have an opportunity to shed light on this important subject, a subject which is paramount for at least 3 different reasons. The first one is anthropological or humanist. In the words of the Polish pediatrician Janusz Korczak, that matches the words of Abdullah Avloni, we must understand that children are not the people of tomorrow, but are people of today. They should be allowed to grow into whoever they're meant to be. The unknown person inside each of them is our hope for the future. The universal and fundamental right to education for all, enshrined in Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, must therefore apply to young children, just like every other right. The second reason of our subject, why it is so important, is related specifically to the development of children. Research in the neurosciences and in social sciences have shown that 85% of brain development takes place in the first 5 years of life. And in particular, we know that the first 3 years are vital to awaken children's potential. This is when children have their first experiences of socialization and where the foundations for academic success are laid. And finally, the third reason why this subject is so decisive concerns the reduction of inequalities. We know that investing in early childhood is the most effective way to reduce social inequalities, which begin even before birth. And at a time when the COVID pandemic has increased like never maybe these inequalities, especially in education, early childhood care and education is a powerful weapon to reverse this trend. It's also, and I would like to mention it as well, a very powerful tool to support gender equality, giving families childcare solutions, supporting especially mothers so that they do not have to interrupt their work, their careers, should they choose to. It's a very strong signal as well to women. And yet, early childhood education has long been a blind spot in public policy. As shown by the report that we are publishing for this conference, the situation is both encouraging but also in ways alarming. Encouraging because at global level, participation in pre-primary education has grown significantly over the past 10 years, increasing from 46% in 2010 to 61% in 2020. Yet, this participation rate is barely 20% in low-income countries, which show us the way we have to go. And here, in Uzbekistan, we have an opportunity to send a strong signal, a strong message that builds also on UNESCO's determination to make 2022 the year of education. This conference, as you know, comes also after the Transforming Education Summit, which was convened by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres last September in New York, and which was prepared also by UNESCO. It follows on from UNESCO's international conferences we held earlier this year on higher education in Spain in May, on adult education in June in Morocco. This is a year of mobilization of the international community for education. After what we've been through during COVID, after the educational tragedy that was the closing of schools for so long, we absolutely need this international mobilization and to put education higher on the international agenda. And we have here in Tashkent an opportunity to commit in 4 key fields. The 4 fields that are at the heart of the Tashkent Declaration, which will be put forward for adoption, and I call you all on to support it widely. The first commitment we can make here in Tashkent is to acknowledge pre-primary education as a fundamental right, to adapt and improve teaching methods, and to include the most vulnerable. And you can count, of course, on UNESCO's support in this respect. We are accompanying our member states in the development of early childhood curricula by proposing a global framework that can be adapted, of course, to the different national contexts. We will assist any state wishing to reform their national policies on early childhood care and education to give these topics the place they deserve. The second fundamental commitment concerns the training of educators. We need to train many more professionals and to train them much better. According to our data, we will need 9 million more educators if we are to make pre-primary education universal by 2030. 9 million. We also need to make these professions more attractive at a time when working conditions are often difficult and salaries very often much too low. Here again, member states can count on UNESCO's support. In recent years, we have carried out surveys to identify the needs of educators in the field. We shared the best teaching and institutional practices, particularly for the recruitment and training of dedicated staff. In 2023, we will work with our partners to define the first international standards for the professional certification of early childhood educator, like those that already exist for primary and secondary teachers. Our third commitment, also responding to the President's call, is to produce more reference data. In this context, I am pleased to announce that UNESCO, with its partners, including UNICEF and the World Bank, that I would like to thank, will now publish a global report on early childhood every 2 years to inform public policies. We need this data to act. And the fourth fundamental commitment that can be taken here in Tashkent concerns funding. In particular, the declaration calls for spending on pre-primary education to reach at least 5 to 10% of total education spendings. While this goal has already been achieved in many high-income countries, low and medium-income countries today only devote, on average, 2% of their education budget to pre-primary education. And in parallel, just 2% of international education aid is allocated to early childhood education and care. We need to boost not only national commitments, but also international solidarity, despite the difficult context that we all know. The participation of financial partners in this conference is an opportunity to make progress on this issue. And here again, Uzbekistan is leading the way with a quarter of its education budget dedicated to early childhood. Dear friends, Mr. President, Madam Minister, to conclude, I would like to quote the French sociologist Daniel Verba. The way we look at and treat young children informs us in a subtle way about the societies in which we live. Here in Tashkent, it is up to us to define the model for the society in which we wish to live. A society that takes care of its youngest children, that shows them the way, and that gives them all the attention they deserve. It is a society which cares and which invests for its future. You can count on UNESCO's support at global level, but also at national level, to support you in this perspective. I would like to thank you again all for your presence today, and to thank Uzbekistan, Mr. President, Madam Minister, for its commitment and for showing the way, not only in this cultural and scientific renaissance, but also in its educational one. Thank you very much. Rahmat.
So'z Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti bosh kotibi o'rinbosari, BMTning barqaror rivojlanish guruhi raisi Amina Muhammad xonimga e'tiboringlarni monitorga qaratamiz.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to greet the Second World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education. I thank the Republic of Uzbekistan for hosting and UNESCO for organizing this important event. Next year, the world will come together halfway to the SDGs. The earliest years of a child's life are where the foundations for lifelong learning are laid. It is where the brain is at its most formative, with over 1 million neural connections per second. By the time a child is 3, most of their brain is developed. Therefore, the transformative vision of education and human development must begin during the child's earliest years. This vision was set out at this year's United Nations Transforming Education Summit, when global leaders, youth, and a wide range of stakeholders met to elevate education on the political agenda. This conference can sustain the summit's momentum by highlighting the role of early childhood care and education. The right to education should begin at birth. Just as any building requires a strong foundation, our future depends on laying the foundation for lifelong learning and well-being in young children. This is only possible through an education that connects good health, nurturing care, affection, security, play, and learning opportunities with family and safe societies. I call on each of you to place our youngest citizens at the center of your policies, recognizing them as future agents of change for peace and sustainable development. Children and their parents require free or low-cost comprehensive early childhood care and education programs a well-educated and well-paid workforce, and policies that provide adequate paid maternity leave and support to an enabling environment. At this conference, I ask you to share your wisdom and experience to promote the achievement of Sustainable Development Goal 4.2. The Tashkent Declaration should crystallize our collective commitments and serve as a roadmap for concrete progress for the SDGs. Let's ensure all children have access to quality, early childhood care and education. I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Hurmatli tadbir qatnashchilari.
Dear participants of the event, we cordially thank the Presidents of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Mr. Mirziyoyev and Madam Audrey Azoulay, for participating in the opening ceremony of the conference.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats. We will start high-level political session. And now we would like to give the floor to the master of ceremonies of the session.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Esfandiar Batmangelic. I'm the founder and CEO of the Bourse and Bazar Foundation, and it is my honor to be your master of ceremonies for the high-level political session. Yesterday's parallel sessions and side events provided a platform for experts from around the world to exchange knowledge and propose solutions to expand access to inclusive and equitable education in accordance with Sustainable Development Goal 4. Thank you to all of you for your contributions in yesterday's sessions, and today we turn our attention towards policy. As we have just heard from President Mirziyoyev and Ms. Azoulay, it is incumbent on heads of state from around the world to underscore their commitment to the right of young children to quality early childhood education. The question we must answer today is how the innovative ideas and solutions discussed yesterday can best be reflected and supported through policies at the national and international levels enacted in the spirit of a global partnership. This session will comprise of a series of opening remarks before we break for lunch, and in the afternoon there will be 3 further high-level sessions. So let's get underway. I would like to invite on stage 3 individuals. First, I'd like to invite Ms. Stefania Giannini, who is the Assistant Secretary General for Education at UNESCO. I would also like to invite on stage our second speaker, Mr. Siaosi Ofa Ki Vahafalu Sovaleni, Prime Minister of Tonga. And I would like to invite onto the podium to give the first remarks in this session, Mr. Kailash Satyarthi, who is a children's rights activist and a Nobel Peace Prize laureate from 2014. Mr. Satyarthi, sir. The podium is yours. Thank you. Welcome.
There was no need to keep the chair for me in the middle. My dear children, who participated in the beginning of this event. I think we should give a big round of applause to those children who participated this morning and played and performed so well. Your Excellencies, my dear sisters and brothers, I would also like to join everyone in congratulating the government of Uzbekistan and UNESCO for holding this very timely and important conference. I also congratulate the President for proposing 3 very concrete ideas for the future follow-up. And UNESCO's Director General for laying down some of the commitment for the future. Dear friends, when the world is facing compounded crisis and competing priorities and issues, it brings a light of hope. When so many people, especially the young people I met yesterday and today, are participating not only to talk, but to find the solutions for our youngest citizens of the world. I congratulate you for that. This hall is filled with lots and lots of solutions to the problem already. Lot of knowledge and wisdom. We know the problem and we know many of those solutions. I had an opportunity to work with UNESCO in many situations and positions, being a member of the high-level group on education 20 years ago. I was also involved in the drafting committee of Dakar Goal of Action, and that has a very strong commitment on early childhood care and education. So we have been talking about and discussing about the importance of early childhood care and education. So I need not to talk about it. If we ask ourselves what is needed, we have so many answers. Because so many governments who are sitting here have been able to prove in the past that despite many constraints, economic, financial constraints, they were able to prove that they can make difference, they can make progress. We also know why it is needed. We know how it is needed. But today is the right time to ask some tough questions. And today we have to find honest solutions. The tough questions are, who will do it? Tough questions are, when will we be able to do it? When will we be able to make sure that every single child who is born on this earth is well taken care of and have the fullest opportunities of learning? Every child is born with a fundamental right, right to life, right to learn. Yesterday I had an opportunity to visit 2 places. One was very close to my heart because Tashkent is the place where one of my great heroes and former Prime Minister of India has taken his last breath. So I visited a school in his name here in this city. And I was amazed to see that how the children and the teachers were speaking Hindi. And they know about India. They know about many countries, their cultures, their traditions, and their situations. And that shows the inclusivity in education in this country. That also shows the progressive global outlook in education in this country. Later on, I was able to visit a mosque where the first, or definitely one of the first copies of, handwritten copies of Holy Quran is kept in the museum. And then I remember, Holy Quran says, not kill any child due to poverty, means due to hunger, due to negligence. Not kill a child. Jesus says, let the children come to me first. Do not hinder them from the kingdom of God that belongs to them. Jesus sets the priority. Children must come first and do not hinder them. How can we afford to leave hundreds of millions of our children behind? When we are making progress in all spheres of life, our children are left out, our children are left behind. The youngest one. In Hinduism, right from my childhood, I learned that the young girls are the glimpses of goddesses and God, boys too. We see the images of God in the young kids. That is taught in all our religions and cultures, in Judaism and so on. What stops us? All of you can give a lot of examples of success and progress. I have been freeing children from slavery in India and across the globe for last more than 40 years and fighting for their right to education. So I also know a number of children and governments and leaders across the globe. But let me share with you, when I was coming here, a young advocate named Amal Lal, who is about 25-year-old, came to me with a lot of enthusiasm and excitement in India, my home country. And he shared his success when he was able to fight in the court for the justice of a girl who has been raped by some people, and her father and herself almost gave up because they didn't have money, they were very poor. But Amal Lal told me that when he saw that girl was signing on the paper to withdraw the case, 12-year-old, 13-year-old girl, then this young boy stood up and he said that he's going to fight for her. And he was able to bring justice in the life of that girl. The story is that when Amal Lal was freed, along with his brothers, almost 20 years ago, or 18 years ago, from intergenerational slavery at a brick kiln, at a stone quarry, he was breaking stones. He was about 7-year-old boy, very thin, very tiny, malnourished. I was holding him in my hand because he was almost fainted. We brought him to doctors. We brought him to justice in the court. And then we helped him, giving him some care and education in his early childhood. Slowly, he was convinced that he should become a lawyer. India has very good universities of law. One of the universities has provided him free education. We have very good laws in India on many issues and also on the rehabilitation and education of children. So he was beneficiary under many of those schemes. And eventually, he passed out as a lawyer, he became a lawyer, and instead of working hard only for his own career and money, he decided to give back to the society. Amal Lal, a stunted child of 6-7-year-old, is now a prominent, bright lawyer helping other children to get justice. There are millions of such stories in the world. But I'll come back to the basic question that what stops us? What is needed? What we need is strongest possible political will. Political will to take our children along. What we need is resources, budgetary allocations, and ODA support. During the pandemic and now after the pandemic, we were all hoping that world will learn one thing, that we are not only interconnected, but we are also interdependent. We should have learned in all those years, 2-3 years, how to walk together. It's easy to talk together, but it's very difficult to walk together. World should have learned how to walk together. Nobody is left out. Nobody is left behind, especially our children. Unfortunately, this is not happening. When I say political will, when I say resources, I will give you one example that rich countries, G7 countries, have allocated $12 trillion during the pandemic, what they call the global action of agenda for COVID-19. That was global action of agenda, $12 trillion. But many of you will be surprised to know that out of that money, only 0.13%, not even 0.5%, has been given to the marginalized people in low-income countries, not even 0.5% of it. Most of the money has gone for the recovery of their own financial institutions, corporations, and so on. Nothing is bad. But why you call it global action agenda when you are leaving so many children behind? Today, when we are sitting here, some of you will be surprised to know that 10,000 children, African children, would be pushed into child labor today, every day. Since we have adopted Sustainable Development Goals in 2016, every day 10,000 children have been pushed into child labor. I'm not talking about 13, 14, 15-year-old children. I'm talking about majority of these 10,000 children are between the age of 5 and 11. Means pre-primary education and primary education age children. We are not able to protect them. If we are not investing on them, what is going to happen? It was told already World spends 6.6% on an average in early childhood. But the low-income countries spend only 2%. Or they have their own constraints and limitations, definitely. And that means the low-income countries' children are less likely to achieve care and education in their early childhood, 8 times lesser than the rich countries' children. 8 times lesser. And you have been discussing since yesterday, or you will keep on discussing that how it will affect their mental health, physical health, brain development, so on and so forth. We are not able to invest in our children globally. The commitments have been made again and again. I remember those days when we were sitting in the high-level group on education and high-level panel on education. I was the part of it along with a number of presidents and prime ministers and UN agencies heads. And every time when we raised these issues, such issues on education, there was some commitment, at least there was some promise, but these promises have not been respected, their own promises. So we have to be really honest to our children. If we make promises to them, we have to follow those promises. There are many other examples. The rich countries' ODA support to sub-Saharan Africa, everybody knows, was just minimal. But out of $20 of ODA support for early childhood education, only $1 has been spent or has been given to sub-Saharan Africa. And therefore, the number of child laborers, number of stunted children globally has decreased. But the number of stunted children in sub-Saharan Africa is increasing every day. So therefore, we have to ensure justice for African children. We cannot leave them aside. We cannot leave them behind. And therefore, I strongly call upon to invest in our children. We know that investment will pay the cost in the beginning, but the return would be 1,000,000 times more and valuable. We have to invest in low-income countries. We have to ensure that the youngest citizens should be taken care of in all policies and programs and budgetary allocations at the country level and ODA. Many will be surprised to know that the ODA support which has reached to sub-Saharan Africa for early childhood care and education in last 5 years was only $11 million. $11 million in 5 years. Is it not astonishing? Is it not disappointing? So even we come out with beautiful solutions on paper without putting the money on table, without fulfilling the promises we have been making, we cannot do it. So my humble call to all of you, invest in your children, and next year when you meet, or next to next year when you meet, you have to introspect that how much budgetary allocations was enhanced in your own countries. How many ODA? These are the measurements. How much increase has been there in ODA spending in early childhood care and education as whole? You can do it. You are the best people. You are the people with best knowledge, best informed. And therefore, I refuse to accept that the people sitting in this hall are not able to ensure protection, care, rights in early childhood of every child on the earth. When you go back from here, you should feel a sense of moral responsibility, but also moral accountability. That you are talking about those who are not going to come and knock on your door. Those who are not going to come and make big demonstrations in front of the parliament. They are not the ones who are questioning you in the parliament and outside. They are most needy ones on this earth. You are sitting and representing the voices of those voiceless children of the world. You are sitting here and discussing about the children who are nameless, faceless. You are the faces of invisible children. You are the voices of voiceless children, and that's why you are much more responsible than anyone on the earth. I conclude here once more in appealing you. Think out of the box. Business as usual cannot work in this time. Be open to each other and build solidarity, partnership. Create a sense of urgency for our children because they are all our children. Whose children are they? Who are dying of hunger? Whose children are they? Who are pushed into slavery? Whose children are they? Young girls and boys are used for 5, 6, 7-year-old girls and boys globally are used for online child trafficking and online child sexual abuse, production and distribution of online porn materials. Whose children are they? They are all our children, your children, my children. There was a heavy fire broken out in jungle. All animals were running out for a safer place, including King Lion. And Lion noticed that there was a tiny hummingbird flying straight towards the flames. And he shouted, "What are you doing? Committing suicide? Come back." Bird replied, "Sir, I was born and grew up here. I am not going to leave it like that. I am going to extinguish this fire." He said, "How come?" She answered, "Look at my beak. Look at my beak. I am carrying a drop of water. I was born and grew up here. I cannot leave it like that. I am going to do my bit." And she flew towards the flames. Rest is the history. Dear sisters, dear brothers, I am calling upon the inner conscience of yourself. I am calling upon that tiny hummingbird inside each one of you. Why you suppressed her? Unleash her. Awaken her. That tiny hummingbird wanted to make this world better. This tiny hummingbird wanted to give you a sense of responsibility and urgency and a sense of sacrifice. Let us walk, let us march from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge. Dear friends, I call upon you to walk from mortality to divinity, because each one of us has a spark of divinity inside us. I call upon you to march. Thank you so much. Thank you.
a powerful message to accept moral responsibility and moral accountability. Allow me now to turn the floor over to Prime Minister Sovaleni, Prime Minister of Tonga. Please.
Tapu Thomas Mafi. Fatuloa Duhe. Excellencies, ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I bring warm greetings from the Pacific. Maloi Lele. On behalf of the government of Tonga, it is a great honor and pleasure to convey a few words at the opening of the Second World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education. It's to be held from today until the 16th of November here in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. I wish to express my gratitude to His Excellency, the President of Uzbekistan, and the UNESCO Director General for organizing this important event dedicated to early childhood care and education. The intersecting challenges of rising inequalities, divergent economic recoveries from COVID-19, armed conflicts, and the climate crisis have put in danger significant gains that we have made over the past decades. Resilience and sustainability have become more imperative than ever before, and leveraging innovative technology to embrace the new normal is a necessary strategy. I have just left the United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP27, where the world leaders discussed solutions to tackle humanity's greatest challenge, climate change. Young children are the most vulnerable and the most adversely affected by climate change. As our King Paul VI at COP27 said, we no longer have the luxury of time. Excellencies and friends, climate change is an existential threat. If we do not take heed, we will ruin this world for our children and our children's children. We must act now and put young children at the center of climate change discussion. This week's World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education is more timely than ever for the early childhood care and education sector to take up the sustainability challenge and recognizing the new normal, together with continuation of support to children and all relevant stakeholders, to be responsible consumers and agents for change. In this regard, I am glad to see there are specific sessions where we will be discussing innovative ways to address this issue, where we can work together for a sustainable future. And as my friend just said, think outside the box. Do not expect a different result from doing the same thing. In Tonga, WCECCE services that cover the ages 4 to 5 are included in the compulsory education system, with the ministry aiming to ensure that all children in Tonga from 4 years of age have access to education in an early childhood education center. This was pursued through the development of regulations, the establishment of the Tonga National Council for Early Childhood Development, the newly developed WCECCE value-integrated, play-based curriculum, and the increased government investment in resources for WCECCE centers. According to UNESCO statistics, 79% of Tongan children aged 2 to 5 are developmentally on track in health, learning, and psychosocial well-being.
Our ECCE cross-enrollment ratio have doubled in the last 3 years. Excellencies and friends, I truly believe early childhood care and education can play a critical role in addressing transformative education and achieve a sustainable future. Because of this, the government of Tonga, as well as others, have been working hard in providing play-based quality early childhood care and education. With this new curriculum holistic focus and support of relationship building, we look forward to creating a wider learning community where the whole village engages in educating the child. Excellencies and friends, a window of opportunity is open now, and it is time that we as nations and stakeholders come together on this transformational journey together. Our journey, re-energized here in Tashkent, with you all early childhood care and education champions of the world. Let's not leave any child behind in this journey. I wish you all a successful conference. I thank you.
We will now have a congratulatory message delivered by video from His Excellency Mr. Julius Mada Woni Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone.
An honor for me to mark the opening of this important and timely World Conference on early childhood development and care. I wish to acknowledge with thanks the leadership of the government of Uzbekistan in hosting this conference, as well as commend them for the impressive work they are doing to support the development of early childhood education and care. Let me also congratulate UNESCO for their work in organizing this event. This conference could not be more timely. Just 2 months ago, the global community came together during the Transforming Education Summit in New York to affirm the importance of education and the urgent need to accelerate progress in education to meet the global challenges we are facing. Together, we as nations affirmed that without quality education for all, we will not be able to tackle the challenges of climate crisis, global disruptions, and rising conflict and the digital turn. Together, we recognize that education is a basic human right for all children, youth, and adults. We also asserted that investing in education is the greatest investment that a country can make to develop its human capital and achieve inclusive and sustainable development. In Sierra Leone, we have made progress towards transforming education by, among other things, increasing domestic financing for education, improving the policy framework and governance of education, providing quality teaching and learning materials, and working to ensure that our education system is inclusive with a particular focus on girls and children with disabilities. While we have made progress in improving access to education in my country, as in many countries in sub-Saharan Africa, we are still facing a learning crisis that we must tackle together. This urgent matter brings us to this important conference. We are here because we strongly believe that the early years of children are critical for their ability to learn. Those early years form the bedrock of their future education readiness. If we are to make our education systems truly equitable and address the learning crisis. This means that every child from the earliest age must have access to quality education and care and development opportunities. Without access to those opportunities, a child risks starting primary education with the burden of disadvantage that he or she may carry throughout the rest of his or her life. Therefore, in Sierra Leone, we have put a strong emphasis on increasing access to primary education, pre-primary education. Our new early childhood development policy aims to empower all Sierra Leonean children to develop their human potential to the fullest. This conference is testament to the power of working together as nations and to develop multilateral solutions to global challenges. It is my privilege to serve as co-chair of the SDG 4 Education 2030 High-Level Steering Committee together with UNESCO Director General, Madam Audley Azoulay. We will continue to work together to promote quality education. I'm also committed to championing the importance of early childhood education and care by taking forward the commitments that are made in the coming days so that they are translated into clear and monitored policies and actions in the years ahead. I wish every participant every success and fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
And now we will hear from His Excellency Mr. Wavel Ram Kalawan, President of the Republic of the Seychelles.
His Excellency, the President of Uzbekistan, the Director General of UNESCO, conference delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the World Conference in Moscow, Seychelles pledged to champion early childhood care and education. I am happy to state that as a country, we have kept to this commitment. Early childhood care and education in Seychelles has undergone massive and rapid changes. This transformation has been made possible through political commitment, high-level strategic directives, progressive, technical and institutional leadership, multi-sectoral collaboration, accelerated action planning, heightened policy dialogue, and a burgeoning monitoring and evaluation framework. The country has witnessed key achievements in legislative and policy actions with the consolidation and expansion of early childhood provisions. The setting up of the Seychelles framework for early childhood care and education paved the way for our ECCE development. In 2019, Seychelles was recognized by UNESCO's International Bureau of Education as a best practice hub for ECCE. This year, Seychelles became a Category 2 center for early childhood care and education under the auspices of UNESCO. The production of an overarching policy document, the Seychelles Framework for Early Childhood Care and Education, marked the first milestone in the development of ECCE in the country. This document sets the common vision for ECCE, a winning start in life for all children in Seychelles, a shared commitment. It outlines the guiding principles of child-centeredness, parental engagement, collaborative action, long-term sustainability, active learning, and accountability processes. It places particular emphasis on expanding the provisions for children in the 0 to 3 age group. The framework also provides guidance for a governance structure at policy level and sectorial level with dedicated sectoral technical teams. It emphasizes monitoring and data management as necessary processes for successful implementation. I take this opportunity to thank the UNESCO and the Republic of Uzbekistan for co-hosting this World Conference on ECCE. I wish all the delegates fruitful deliberations over the coming days. I thank you for your attention. His Excellency.
It is certainly encouraging to hear policies being implemented in so many countries. I'd like to now invite to the stage Dr. Salim Al-Malik, who is the Director General of WCECCE. Dr. Al-Malik, please. Excuse me, it's a video, so we will see it on screen.
In the name of God, the All-Merciful, the Compassionate. Assalamu alaikum.
Of Uzbekistan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be part of this global event where we have gathered to talk about Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be part of this global event where we have gathered to talk about the wealth of our nations, our children. Our children are our assets, and their care and education in their early childhood is an asset for them too. Decades of growing evidence have shown that quality education in these early years leads to a greater productivity in learning behaviors, finance, health, and global responsibilities. United Nations SDG Target 4.2 also commit that by 2030, we need to ensure all girls and boys have access to quality early childhood development, care, and pre-primary education so that they are ready for primary education. Being a pediatrician by training, I can tell you that early childhood is comprised of a remarkable brain development, reaching 90% of the adult brain by the age of 5. This is a remarkable opportunity too for their education and growth. This year, if invested with quality education and care for their emotional well-being and lifelong learning skills, I believe it is the best investment our countries and our worlds can make. However, the current progress is far off. Only 50% of the world's children are enrolled in preschools. This number declines to 22% in low and middle income countries. COVID-19 has further worsened the situation. 2/3 of the low and middle income countries are cutting education and early child care budget due to the pandemic. Under such circumstances, this conference has convened the international community to pledge for educating our kids who have the potential to completely transform the future of our nations. It will also provide a momentum for concrete action in these directions. But for this purpose, we need our international conventions fully implemented in making our policies and legal framework. We need to strengthen our political will and commitment even during economic crisis. We need to increase public and private investment, which have not been kept up with the scientific evidence. And we need to mobilize and extend our partnership. And we also need to design effective and reliable monitoring and evaluating protocol, ensuring no one is left behind. WCECCE is willing to partner with you on all these fronts. For this purpose, we have launched a number of initiatives to enhance technological and soft skill capacities in early childhood care and education for our member state. We have started children's libraries and e-learning centers. We're working in the development of mobile educational apps for parents of young children. And we are promoting artificial intelligence-based mobile data management and communication for teachers and parents. Such family-focused initiatives are leading to good parenting practices, ensuring nurturing care, empowering the parents in delivering rights for their children, and authenticity in their child development, making each child to access the care and education they deserve. With this fact well known, that early childhood care and education can solve national and international issues such as poverty, climate change, and even global peace. Providing such inclusive care and quality education must be our responsibility and the responsibility of the global leaders. We should come up with innovative measures to facilitate international partnership and commitment at all levels, including the availability of funds and mobilization of political awareness to achieve SDG 4.2. Plutarch once said, "The mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled." And we must do everything in our control to kindle those small fires that will glow our world in the days to come. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah.
Now, I know that the next contribution is happening in person because it's my honor to welcome Ms. Agrippina Shin, who is the Minister of Preschool Education of the Republic of Uzbekistan, and in that capacity, chair of this conference. Ms. Shin, please.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to thank you most warmly for your very active participation in this conference. Your emotional messages that we received online have shown us once again how important the subject of this conference really is. Taking care of and educating children at a young age is essential for the future of societies. And thank you very much for your active participation in yesterday's 20 parallel sessions. You've all been so active with so many ideas being exchanged. We also have a very active day today, and I would like additionally to inform you that after lunch we will start our high-level panel sessions. So I would invite you to join us here in this hall for our first high-level panel session, which opens a very important subject, which is the transformation of the education of young people, namely the subject of inclusiveness, quality, and well-being, one of the main themes of this conference. And I'm convinced that you will actively participate and that you will give us some very good ideas, exchange views on this main objective of this conference, which is to guarantee for every young child access to inclusive, high-quality education at a very young age that will ensure that child's well-being. Thank you.
And to close this session, the high-level political session, we will watch a video from UNESCO.
I don't remember very well. I was very little, so I didn't want to go to my first class. I didn't know anyone when I went to school for the first time. Do you remember your first day at school? No. I made friends. The teacher was nice. Do you like school? Yes. Sometimes you don't like it because you get told off, but sometimes you like it because good things happen. Do you like school? Yes. Why? Because actually, I'm happy because I learn a lot of things. What have you learned at school these last few weeks? I've learned some French, to sing. I've learned to write, to read, and I can write as well. English and dancing. I learned to share, respect. The numbers up to 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I know how to count up to 1,000. Well, I know how to count up to 3, up to 4, even up to 10. Do you think it's important to go to school? Yes. Yes, it's very important. Even if you don't want to go, you go nevertheless. Why is it important to go to school? Because I want to learn lots of things. So we learn things, and after we can work, it's so that we become intelligent. And what do you want to do when you grow up? I want to be a computer scientist, a painter, an ambulance driver. And also a fireman. I want to be a veterinarian. I want to be an auditor like my daddy. I want to work on a garbage truck. Me too, a garbage truck. What do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a policeman. I want to be a doctor so that I can take care of others. I want to be Batgirl. I want to save the planet. And how can we save the planet? With seeds and trees. I want to do what my mom does. I want to be a mom. Because I love her. That's why. Goodbye.
I think interviewing children must be more difficult than interviewing policymakers, so it's very impressive from Ms. Giannini for her ability to get such wonderful answers from those kids. Thank you all for your time and patience in what was a fascinating session. We will now break for lunch. I'm informed that the next high-level sessions will convene sharply at 1:30. Thank you all, and thank you to our speakers for their contributions.
please be seated. We will start. Please be seated. We will start. We have to follow the time. We are already late. So please be seated. We will be starting right now. The President is coming into the room and we will start our proceedings. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Please confirm that you can hear me. Yes, it's a lot better. Thank you very much. Is it a lot better? Yes. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Уважаемые дамы и господа.
Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, participants of the high-level segment, please take your seats. Welcome to this session on inclusiveness, quality and welfare. I have the honor to be the chair of this session. May I ask the Secretariat whether we have the forum?
My colleagues are telling me that we still do not have the quorum, so with your permission, we'll wait for 3 minutes, and then we can proceed with our high-level session.
Уважаемые дамы и господа.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give the floor to the Secretariat. You have the floor.
And for giving the floor, I suggest we start our high-level session. Over to you.
Мы принимаем решение.
And so, we have decided to open our session. Well, what we have before us today is an excellent opportunity to discuss the crucial nature of inclusivity and well-being in ECCE. The agenda of our session is divided into 2 parts. The first part is a panel, which is going to be moderated by Ms. Oshana Khan, the UNICEF Regional Director for Europe and Central Asia. And the second part would be national statements, which will be chaired by myself. During the first part, we'll start with a keynote address by Mr. Karamak Otta, social entrepreneur and teacher, founder and executive director of Slum to Africa, in order to stimulate our discussion. Then we will hear from decision makers in governments and from governments and partners during a group discussion where they will address some of our key questions, which absolutely have to be linked to the topic of this session, and they will also share their experience. This discussion will be also enriched by information by partners. The second segment will be devoted to the national statements by delegates of member states. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Khan, who is going to be the moderator of the first session. You have the floor, Ms. Khan.
Thank you very much, Minister Shin. It's a pleasure to be here today, and thank you for the kind introduction. The panel discussion today will be looking at how we can ensure that all children have the opportunity to participate and benefit from quality and inclusive early childhood education and care. All of you here, I think, are convinced at how important preschool education is for every child. Amongst the country leaders and policymakers, we're witnessing a growing commitment to invest in the expansion of early childhood education and care. The good news coming from the recent Transforming Education Summit is that education leaders have reinforced the need for a vital investment into the foundations of learning during preschool years. Today, we'll look at how this knowledge and commitment can be translated into reality on the ground, especially with a view to ensuring inclusion and quality in preschools. This session will give us a chance to showcase and learn from promising policies and practices to strengthen inclusion, quality, and well-being in early childhood education and care services. I hope we'll also be able to openly share common challenges and jointly look for possible solutions based on our collective experience. On that note, I'm delighted to introduce the members of the panel. Ms. Petek Aksar, Deputy Minister of National Education in Turkey. Ms. Bodhama Kumari Yadav, State Minister of Education, Science and Technology from Nepal. Dr. Tariq Al Ghurq, Chief Executive Officer from Dubai Cares. And Dr. Bo Sterner Thompson, Vice President of Lego Foundation. We'll also have with us Shanoza Mirozeva, Advisor to the Minister of Preschool Education for Strategic Development of Uzbekistan, who will give a presentation on the experience of Uzbekistan in strengthening quality, inclusive well-being in early childhood education and care. The keynote address will be delivered by my friend and colleague, Mr. Otto Ordeman, social entrepreneur and educator. So I'd like to now give the floor to Mr. Orandam for his presentation.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we are gathered here to discuss
The speaker's microphone is off.
our children. As of today, November 15th, our world's population,
The speaker's microphone is off.
and that's a historic milestone to which we are all witnesses. This is also a success story for every one of us here, because it shows that our world today, we now have fewer maternal and infant mortality, longer life expectancy,
microphone please,
literacy, and better healthcare systems. Projections by the United Nations.
The interpreters are unable to hear the speaker clearly because the microphone is not on.
5% of this growth will take place in low and medium income countries. Now let me take you back to my home, my continent, Africa. Africa will account for...
The interpreters are unable to hear the speaker clearly because the microphone is off.
Country, Nigeria, will be the third most populous country in the world with about 400 million people. Today, Africa has about 1.2 billion people, and this means that our population, specifically that of sub-Saharan Africa, will double, accounting for 99% of this increase. Over 60% of Africa's population is under 25 years, making Africa the world's youngest continent. And in 7 years, children in Africa will constitute almost 50% of children globally. Why is all this data important? Because with population growth, The majority, and over 70% of these people will live in low-income communities and what we call urban slums. And while this is a great opportunity, it could also be a huge threat if we fail to maximize the window of opportunity that we have. That is Makoko, a community in Lagos. And on the right, you have Kibera, another community in Nairobi, Kenya. I was there 2 weeks ago and in Makoko 3 days ago. But that was not my first time visiting Makoko. As a young graduate 11 years ago, I visited that community for the very first time. And I saw firsthand children between the ages of 3, 4, 5 to 15 years old who had never been to school. Boys were expected to grow up to become fishermen, and girls were expected to grow up to become housewives and traders. I walked out of that community that day in October with a commitment, knowing that those children needed to go to school. I rallied my friends, and eventually I had to quit my job at the bank because I realized that it was not just a job to get those children in school, but my life's calling. And after I did that, in 3 months, we raised funds from peer to peer, friends to friends, communities to communities. And for the very first time, we got 114 children in that community enrolled into school for the very first time. That number grew from 114 to 500, and then 300. And today we have worked with close to 20,000 volunteers and over 300 organizations locally and internationally, and our impact has reached over 625,000 children across the country of Nigeria. The theme of our session today is inclusion, quality, and well-being. And we all know that the world we live in today is hugely affected by several challenges of inequality, lack of inclusion, and poor healthcare systems, especially affecting children below the ages of 10, with huge learning poverty as we have seen it in several reports. When the world was affected with COVID-19, children in low-income communities, in slums, were hugely affected. And we came together again as young people and built what was the first virtual learning classroom in Africa and got thousands of children to learn. I'm going to show you a short video before I round up my presentation.
From humble beginnings, from age-long values, we grow, we take shape. Don't give up our drive to exceed expectations. Even with the odds stacked up against us. Our determination to succeed is far greater than all obstacles. So we learn all we can, no matter what.
And so we built the first virtual learning classroom on the continent of Africa and got thousands of children learning. We provided digital devices to hundreds of children And it was a huge success. And we got organizations like Microsoft who came on board and gave us 1 million licenses for free. And UNICEF who joined us to scale this program to over 500,000 children. Because we knew that education for the most underserved children was very important. Over the next few days, and we're going to be working on the Tashkent Declaration. And in closing, I would like to share 3 important factors that we must have to ensure that the Tashkent Declaration is not just a policy on paper, but a living document that will be a success across communities. Number 1, we must be very intentional about collaboration. As we begin this conference today, let's remember the 17th Sustainable Development Goal. The second is important that we are very intentional about innovations. We went on as an organization and built dozens of early childhood classrooms in underserved communities and got children from these communities to learn because we knew that it was important. We also got cluster learning communities of learning in the communities because we knew that education must not always happen in the 4 walls of a classroom. And we got thousands of children learning within their communities. We had volunteers from various parts of the world, various parts of our communities, and various parts of the continent join us to scale this program. So innovation is very important. Thirdly, investments. For every child between 0 to 5 years who is early educated, data tells us that the return on investment to GDP is about 13%. So why wouldn't we invest and ensure that every child has access to early childhood education and quality education? As data has shown us, young people in Africa will play a very critical role in the future, in our future. And if we invest early in their education, we're investing in building a global community of human capital that will improve the global economy. We have this window of opportunity before us, dear delegates. We need to maximize it. We need to maximize the demographic dividends that we have presented today, and the demographic dividend that is presented before us. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Otto, for your excellent presentation and reminding us about the need to integrate quality and inclusion, while at the same time we expand access to services. And clearly a holistic approach to early learning helps ensure that children are not just learning, but thriving, with critical soft skills and the full range of competencies being developed. So with that, now I'd like to invite Ms. Shanoza Mirzayeva to the floor to give a brief presentation on Uzbekistan's experience before I turn to the panel.
Dear delegates of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy to see you all here. What you see on the screen the little girl you see on the screen is Dila Kalibekova. She is 6 years old. When we met her first time, she wanted to move, to play, but she was deprived of this happiness. She couldn't speak well, and she couldn't hear very well. Can you imagine? She could not hear her mother's voice. She could not leave her home independently. Dina's life was sad, and it was in complete darkness. For the last 4 years, the girl had spent her life within the walls of her home. In many cases, her parents due to the reason that they could not buy anything or could not provide her education. Their daughter stayed at home, and Dina was deprived of the world attention. So her diagnosis was the neurosensor disability in hearing of the third, fourth degree, and the children's paralysis. And a few years ago, her life changed. Her life changed absolutely. She came to IMCON. IMCON is a rehabilitation center where education and possibilities are united. It is a center where children with different disabilities get help and support. They also learn to run, to play, to achieve success, to get education, to make new friends. IMCON is a center where education will be provided for children, and it reflects our attitude to the future education. It is convenient, comfortable, safe place for everyone to study. Young children like our sweet Dina develop and achieve success thanks to the support of the educators. She learned to use spoon when eating, to sit, to make her first steps independently. Due to the equipment she was just facilitated, she learned how to hear. As a result of the activities with special pedagogists, she starts to learn speaking and understanding human speech. 4 years ago, when we started started working on the centers such as IMCON, we were thinking about this kind of people and creating opportunities for these kind of children. Now we are ready to share with the success of these kind of children and with their happiness and with the successes they achieve with everyone. I call everyone here to draw their attention to the fact that this kind of children deserve our attention, and these problems should be paid attention on daily basis. Children with specific needs have their own right to get education. In order to provide bright future for children, we united education and rehabilitation. And the success of these children is a reflection of the work of a big team. This support provided for children in this center is absolutely free and financed by the government. We just realized the talent of these young children. We held their hand and helped them to make their first steps, to make first friends, and to play with their friends, to learn first poems by heart, and just to realize and feel the happiness of being a child. I believe that the IMCON we have got today, IMCON in Uzbek means possibility, will turn into the source of stories of thousands of children, and the people who help them in making their story of success are educators working in such centers. And I'm sure that we will achieve success in this direction. She didn't know the colors, couldn't see it. She used to fall down. Now she learned to see it, and she recognizes colors. She learned to speak, and her speech became much more fluent. I couldn't imagine that my child would develop like this. She only used to lie and move her hands, shake her hands like this, but now, well done. Good job. She almost didn't speak, but now we read. We recognize colors. How many ears do you have? 2. What is this? The sun. Her change is incredible. I started feeling the change in 2 months. She couldn't stand on her feet, but now she not only stands, she used only to crawl. My daughter's diagnosis with this children's paralysis. Is pear sweet or sour? So as a result of the treatment we got here, I can see a lot of changes. We decided to come here and try getting treatment, even though we live in Russia. The child was absolutely dependent on me, but now she got a little independent. I'm happy for her achievement, regardless of the size of the achievement. Yes, may it be very small, but I'm really happy. It's a kind of victory for us. Thank you for your attention.
I think IMCON's experience, the hope that it creates for children, the focus on early intervention and inclusion of children with disabilities in early learning is incredibly important. So thank you so much for sharing that experience. I'd like now to start by inviting our ministerial colleagues, Ms. Petek Askar, Deputy Minister of National Education in Turkey, to speak about her work and experience. And if I may, I'm going to ask you a specific question. Pre-primary education offers an exceptionally powerful opportunity to break the cycle of inequity. Yet in many countries, children from marginalized groups often experience reduced access to early learning programs. What are the major barriers to access early childhood care and education in your country? What are some of the successful solutions used in your country to address these? Over to you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, distinguished chair and guests, I would like to thank Uzbekistan and UNESCO for bringing us on such an important theme. And we all agree that early education, early childhood education plays a vital role in the life of children and also society, and it provides an equity among the students. Let me give some information about our Turkish education system. We have approximately 19 million students, 75,000 schools, and 1,200,000 teachers. Well, we attach important role in early childhood education, and we set ambitious goals for expanding early childhood education. For example, we try to increase the enrollment rates to 100% at age 5, 75% at age 4, and 3% at age 3. Of course, there are barriers and obstacles. I can classify them into 4 factors, probably. One is of course, insufficient physical capacity, so we are trying to expand it. Second one is the economical factors, poverty. The third one, the high number of students children from disadvantaged populations and high number of refugee students. And maybe the fourth one is the lack of family awareness in regarding the importance of early childhood education. Now, after setting the goals, of course, we did a lot of activities in order to achieve our goals. One is expanding the physical capacity. Actually, we use flexible, different alternative models. And in expanding the schools, we set a goal to build 3,000 preschools and 40,000 kindergarten classrooms in 1 year. Well, you think that the main obstacle in building these schools is finding land. In the densely populated cities, finding available land is an issue. So we use different alternative models, and thank UNICEF for advising us such alternatives. For example, we use containers. We use mobile classrooms, prefabric classrooms, in order to find some places in gardens and so on. And the other thing, in the primary, secondary schools, and we have scientific and art centers, we look at the available spaces can be suitable for the early childhood education kindergartens. We use these. And maybe lastly, I want to say about the schools in the villages. Well, we know that migration from the villages to the cities led the villages less children, but even we have 4, 5, 6 children in the villages. So we think a model to make a village school, but it is called Village Life Center, to integrate preschools, primary schools, and the public education centers for the adults education. So these are all integrated in the same context, and we raise approximately 2,000 village life schools for that purpose. Is it okay? Yeah. 2 minutes?
2 minutes, perfect.
Okay,
and thank you for sharing the experience. It's an excellent one at scale. So really appreciate that, Ms. Askar. I'm going to ask you the same question, Minister Yadav. What are the major barriers to access early childhood education in Nepal? And what solutions have you used in your country to address these barriers? Over to you.
Thank you, General and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, and namaste. I think poverty is barrier to expedite access to early childhood development centers. Further, there are challenges to include children with different disabilities. There are also challenges to geographical remoteness and different in think language to attract small children to these centers. Government of Nepal has been partnering with local government, NGO and CBOs to promote parental awareness to resolve these challenges. In this fiscal year, we are also developing a strategy to reach out children in remote areas and those with disabilities. There are also provision of midday meal to children, which attracts them to centers. We have been prioritizing local women for ECD teachers to promote facilitation in local language and among empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that experience, and especially the investment in teachers and the interesting reflections from the national experience. I'd now like to hear from Dr. Tariq Al Ghurq, Chief Executive Officer of Dubai Cares. And if I may, as a partner organization working in the area of early childhood education, what are the major access barriers that you have observed, and how is Dubai Cares addressing and prioritizing these challenges?
Thank you, Afshan, and thank you, Madam President. Afshan, at Dubai Cares, we have a holistic approach towards early childhood development and early childhood care and education. We always see that the access issue complements the quality issue, and the quality issue will complement the access issue. They are interlinked. If I will serve one problem in access, it will definitely solve another problem in quality, and I'll tell you what I mean. We all agree that children at that age group are being nurtured and fostered with learning and education at that age to prepare them for the primary level. Meaning we want qualitative children in the primary level, and to do that, we have to do the ECCE programming. So on one hand, we're serving the need of access and enrollment rates into these learning centers, but what we're doing in reality, we're bringing quality children into the mainstream education. And that's why, to us, access and quality will always be interlinked when it comes to this age group. And if you ask me about the barriers, what we have observed for the past 15 years, the number one barrier is infrastructure. Learning centers are not available, as the Deputy Minister mentioned from Turkey. They have another issue, which is land, which is even worse. The second, why is it not available? Because of funding. So funding will always be an issue in any country when it comes to building more learning centers. Now, other countries have taken another path of combining learning spaces into the primary level schooling. So these are benefiting, but other countries, the ECCE learning centers are privatized. So that's another issue. And then you come towards policies. If we don't have the right laws, regulations, and policies that pushes the education system for enrollment rates, you will not have that. But then you have the teachers. And although some may debate that teachers will always be a quality issue, and I would say, on one hand, on the education system, we lack around 70 million teachers globally right now we require, but we also require more than 9 million educators for early childhood education and early childhood development. Now, but on one side, that is quality, but on the other side, if we don't get those teachers and educators, we are creating a quality and an access issue, because we won't be able to enroll these children into these schools. And finally, it's mindset shifts. If we're not able to shift mindsets of the community, and if we're not able to shift mindsets of the governments on this issue, we will not be able to achieve it. So some of the programs that Dubai Cares have embarked upon globally, and I'll combine a few countries together just to save some time. So one country is India. I've been to that program probably 4 times, and we tackled everything. We had a holistic approach towards India, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of funding, in terms of policy, and we did it through Pratham. And the good thing about that is we teach the community. So there's community sensitization on how they can deliver, and not depending on the educators themselves. And that's what happened with COVID. It wasn't the teachers, it was the community who led upon this. The Gambia and Peru, it was more about parental guidance, getting the educators, empowering them. And if you put Bosnia, for instance, it's the same thing as what we saw in the video. Bosnia, the children there are born through war, post-war, and they have a lot of children with disabilities. We have to build specialized centers and get specialized teachers to deliver upon this, but also within the Roma children who are in Bosnia, who are not inclusive within the system. Us and UNICEF did an incredible job putting all of this together. And I believe if there's a unity between the community and the policymakers into any country, I think we can solve this problem.
Thank you so much, Tarek, for your comprehensive overview and linking the issues of quality, hand-in-hand, and access. The key building blocks, you talked about some of that already in terms of the teachers, the physical space, but between quality early childhood care and education systems and making those links, what needs to be tackled as a priority in your view?
Afshan, I think what's missing right now, ECCE is talking on one language to the same age group, and ECD is talking another language, and if we can have the correlation combined, early childhood development also has the health and the well-being embedded within the system. And I'll embark upon this in a bit. But there are other issues as well. So while we have the learning, and that happens after the age of 3, so that's from 3 to 5 or 3 to 6, from birth until the age of 3, we have to ensure the right health, the right nutrition, and the right care given by parents and caregivers to those children. Now, what are the issues? Funding will be the first issue. What are the second issues? It's knowledge of the government about these issues. It's capacity building. How can we build the capacity? And is the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health talking to each other towards those children and building these policies, which is the third issue, which is law, regulation, and policies. And if we have laws and policies embedded within the system, it's a top-down approach. It will push schools and learning centers to embed health and well-being. But what resonates with me most, Afshan, is mindset shifts. And I'll do a comparison between two categories. One, developed nations. Developed nations are rich nations. People are from the middle class and the high class dominating the sector. They take their children to private learning centers. The private learning centers, they put the health and well-being into the children. And the parents are already practicing from their ancestors on how to take care of their children from health and care. So what's happening? We don't have any problems into that country. So there is no problem. The government will not identify that there's an ECD issue. Hence, there won't be any laws and regulations. That's on one side. What will happen in the long run when the education of that country has not been transformed as how it is today? It is broken. COVID showed us. This will crash. Compare it with a developing nation, and you have poor societies, you have poverty prevailing, and parents don't see the importance of deworming their children, teaching them how to wash their hands with soap, and there's a huge issue there. And how can we go and convince these parents? While governments are trying their best, funding is becoming an issue as well. So these are two examples. How can we solve this issue? There is a global initiative that has been launched by the WFP called the School Meals Coalition. And the School Meals Coalition looks into all of these factors, putting them together and giving them proper school meals. And they target countries that don't have school meals. They instill it, policies and regulations, and scale up existing models. And if we are founding members with the WFP on the School Meals Coalition. And it's member state led as well. So we have over 70 member states already embedded within the system, and we're seeking for more. And if we join forces, the ECCE with ECD, and have the School Meals Coalition working together, and we already, as Dubai Cares, with UNICEF, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the UAE, we launched a declaration back in 2019 in Dubai during the World Government Summit, which is called the Dubai Declaration on Early Childhood Development. If we play together and have the Dubai Declaration on ECD playing an integral part and a building block to the Tashkent Declaration that will be announced tomorrow, I think we can solve many issues, because the Dubai Declaration can complement the Tashkent Declaration towards operationalizing health and well-being.
Thank you so much, Tariq. I'd now like to turn to the expert in building blocks in the literal sense. I'll pass the floor to Dr. Bo Sterner-Thompson, Vice President from LEGO, to ask one very short question. In your view, what are the key building blocks of quality WCECCE? What needs to be tackled in priority? And what are your strategies and programs to support country efforts in this regard? Over to you.
Absolutely. That was a simple question with a short answer, probably. I would say the building blocks exist in this room. And they also exist outside this room, because I really appreciate the way that young people have been part of the conference. I know it's not yet on the stage. It's not yet in these seats, but they'll be there soon, I'm sure. So the way that this conference has brought in children, young people, as part of the conference is hopefully something we can keep continuing, and we can use the expertise that exists in this room for the multi-stakeholder dialogue. I also really appreciate the examples that were shared here in the beginning of the session, which reminds me that quality is very local, it's contextualized, and it's personal. So I walked Kibera just before the pandemic, and then I was 2 years in lockdown in Denmark, and I'm reminded that the things that work in Denmark does not work in other places necessarily. So we really need to think about quality as a local effort working with the communities. So in terms of building blocks, we appreciate when building blocks clutch together, else you have too many things that doesn't really fit, both symbolic but also really. So the building blocks that are important is first and foremost the ambitions we set for our outcomes. So if we talk about well-being and health and education, we need to make sure that well-being, a sense of belonging and engagement is absolutely crucial whenever we begin to talk about education and literacies and so forth. So it's a breadth of different skills we support, and if we don't have that embedded in our leadership visions, then we are actually striving to the wrong outcomes. We need to be more holistic in that. The second thing is around the pedagogical approaches. Literally where quality happens is between the early childhood practitioners and the children. So how are we able to achieve the outcomes just mentioned by ensuring that we innovate our practices? We keep trying to achieve the same outcomes for decades now with the same outdated methodologies. So we need to innovate how we are able to teach, how we engage children well-being, how we support their agency and their belonging by being able to use playful approaches that are much more community-driven. We have examples from all over the world, from our partners, BRAC, with play labs in Bangladesh, using local community and expertise, from Ayutu in Colombia, that is able to use the environment as a curriculum, from VVOB in Zambia and so forth. So there are many local examples that actually can use the environment as a pedagogical approach, and where we can diversify instead of simplify and standardize everything we do. And finally, all of this can only happen if we have a professionalized workforce that is recognized and respected as an early childhood practitioner. We do not support our professionals enough, neither with the acknowledgement, the certification, the compensation, given how complex that task is to bring together the services, the dialogue, the community, the parents, and then orchestrate a complex interaction in the materials and in the early years, in the early centers. So that are kind of the main building blocks, the outcomes, the pedagogical approaches, and how we equip our professionals. And we have great examples, so we hope to begin to use some of these blocks now.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn back to Minister Petek Askar to ask you a similar question. When it comes to quality in Turkey, what are the policies in place to ensure that these building blocks are there the ones we've heard from both Tarek and as well as Bo, and how are they implemented effectively?
Okay. In speaking of the quality, we can easily list 7 or 8 building blocks, and as you mentioned, they are all intercorrelated. It's a complex issue, but simplicity, I can say that quality educational programs, the curriculum is important. It must be inclusive and designed for every child, and every child can find a place for himself or herself in the classroom. The second one is the teachers. As you mentioned, the teachers are quite important. In Turkey, actually our preschool teachers are graduated from the universities and with BS degrees. And this year we allocated almost 1/3 of the teachers that we appointed to early childhood education programs. So we have BS degree teachers, and we can easily find these teachers. Teachers are quite important. This is the pre-service, of course, but about the in-service, we have to give always a support, an ongoing support to teachers by in-service teacher training. We develop different kinds of in-service teaching training models, for example, school-based professional development. The schools come together, the teachers come together and analyze their deficiencies, and then look at what they need for the in-service teacher training, and done a lot of things about it. So teaching, for example, this year we offer coding, nutrition, family education, and other kinds of in-service teacher training. Maybe the third one, I know I have limited time, is the coordination with the other institutions. This is quite important because we have launched a program with the Ministry of Family and Social Services to make a cash transfer to the students or the children, to the families, and for nutrition, for cleaning facilities, because we need such a program for these children. And also NGOs are quite important because they are monitoring us, they are setting standards, so we come always together with the NGOs, and I know one of the NGOs in Turkey is here. So let me finish here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much, I think, for also bringing in the whole social protection and link to cash transfers for vulnerable families. We're going to close this part of the program and move to hear about the commitments countries are making to strengthen their early childhood care and the education sector. And I'll hand over the floor to Ms. Shen, the president of the session. Thank you for the other panelists. We gave comprehensive answers in the beginning, so I'm going to move back to the president of the panel. Over to you, Minister Shen. And thank you again for the panelists for their excellent observations and sharing the rich experience from the multitude of countries and entities they represent. Thank you again.
Thanks very much, Ms. Khan, for your excellent job as a moderator. And also many thanks to Mr. Otto for his keynote address, excellent keynote address, which helped shape our discussion. And to all of our speakers and rapporteurs for your interesting recommendations. Well, let's applaud all of the participants of this panel discussion. And so the time has come to offer you the floor for national statements by member states. in compliance with Circular Letter 9140, and we have already quite a few speakers registered for this session. So we are now asking the rest of the speakers to get registered for tomorrow's session, high-level session 4, because our agenda is quite dense and the time is short. Thank you very much in advance for your cooperation. And now I'll ask the Secretariat to read out the list of the speakers.
We have 10 member states who asked for the floor. The Russian Federation in presence, Sweden online, Bangladesh in presence, Republic of Iceland in presence, Syria in presence, Slovenia in presence, Thailand in presence, Brazil in presence, Indonesia in presence, and Belgium a video.
Thanks very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you that you can only take the floor once, and your time limit is 2 minutes. Please try to stick to the time limit so that we could follow our schedule. Thank you. The first speaker will be, for the national statement, will be by the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation, you have the floor. Colleagues, good afternoon. This is the first time I take the floor, so we'd like to thank all of the organizers from UNESCO and the Ministry of Preschool Education. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Now, in respect with a few highlights of my presentation. We are trying to expand the preschool education to 7 years, and clearly that's developing inclusive education, as well as the issue of improving the curricula for preschool education, where we believe the ministry should exercise a certain degree of control. Guidance that is in terms of developing general ministerial requirements for inclusive education, preschool education, particularly with particular emphasis on traditional values which will guide children throughout their lives. I mean, inculcated in a very early age. So we are trying to inculcate, youngsters respect for the old, respect for the environment, and the respect for the environment starts with preschool. So all that is very important in developing preschool programs, teaching children to be kind and respectful towards the environment. It's important to work with parents, setting up consult advice centers where particularly young parents could seek advice. We have 13,000 of such centers in the country. And another important aspect is a safe information environment for the child. Well, certain limitations on the gadgets, on harmful content, and we are trying to work as much in person with children. One of the issues is early help to children with special needs. We have 6,000 services offering assistance to children with special needs. I think it's a global issue. And another question is using the folklore, traditions, national traditions, recited in various countries. Their culture should also be laid as a basis for preschool education. We are prepared, we are open to cooperation, colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak, and I wish you all a successful conference. Thank you. The next speaker will be represented by a representative from Sweden. Sweden, you have the floor. I just wanted to remind you, all of the speakers, that your time is limited to 2 minutes, so that we could provide an equal opportunity to speak to all, and I suggest that you speak from the floor or from your seat. Thank you.
Так, пожалуйста.
Yes, please go ahead.
Швеция.
Sweden, online.
Dear colleagues and friends, representing the government of Sweden, I would like to thank both Uzbekistan and UNESCO for this timely initiative. In Sweden, over 85% of 1 to 5-year-old children attend preschool, and a high number which we are proud of. Accessibility to preschool is important for many reasons, not least integration. It can strengthen children's language development and contribute to a more equal start in the education system. Accessibility, but also high quality in preschool is something that we value. Early childhood care and education of high quality is a crucial component of national education system. In preschool, care, development, and learning are integrated and form a whole. The many positive effects of preschool on children's health and well-being cannot be stressed enough. Preschool is important in itself, but it also lays the foundation for future learning and development. In other words, it forms the essential first steps in a lifelong learning system. Let me also stress that children are individuals with their own rights, and a clear human rights perspective and approach must cross-cut all activities that affect children globally. Preschool curricula should be based on values, seeing the child as an active, competent, and exploring being, with a democratic perspective on the children's acquisition of knowledge and learning, where play is an important part. In Sweden, each child can be given support that fits her or his needs, and extra support can be given early, leaving hopefully no one behind. A key quality factor is competent and knowledgeable staff with access to in-service training. I would also like to close by underlining that the Swedish preschool has a dual function. It not only supports children's development and learning, but also enables parents to combine parenthood with work or studies. Therefore, it plays an important role for the labor market, not least when it comes to gender equality. Thank you so much for your time.
Many thanks for the national statement. The next speaker is Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Just a couple of months back, when we all joined the Transforming Education Summit in New York, our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina boldly stated, and I quote, "We look forward to raising our children as truly global citizens, and our children should have skills that they can use anywhere in the world," unquote. I thank the UNESCO and the government of Uzbekistan for organizing this World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education, which we all see as an opportunity to revisit and renew our commitments towards the generations of tomorrow and beyond. Excellencies, the government of Bangladesh reaffirms its commitments to ensuring holistic yet practical early childhood care and education in its efforts towards implementing SDG Target 4.2. In our recent strides, we have adopted a broad vision of early childhood development embracing protection, care, and learning, as reflected in the comprehensive policy for early childhood care and development adopted in 2013. As party to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, we will spare no efforts to support all children irrespective of their sex, race, ethnicity, language, religion, social background, and special needs. To promote multilingual education, we have developed textbooks in the mother tongue of some of our ethnic groups. We are also offering education in Myanmar curriculum to to hundreds of thousands of children forcibly displaced from Rakhine State and temporarily sheltered in our lands. Distinguished colleagues, while our continued efforts for progress remains, allow me to highlight few of the challenges. First, we need global commitment and partnership for ensuring free early childhood care and education. To this end, we should collectively propose an amendment to the Article 28(1)(a) of the Convention on the Rights of the Child to make early childhood education compulsory and free. Secondly, we must create a globally accepted standard for early childhood pedagogy so that our political demarcations do not obstruct the development of neurological and cognitive adaptability of our children. Thirdly, we should respect the ethnic, racial, and religious differences in early childhood and promote universal screening at the earliest stage to cater to their needs. And finally, we must politically protect our children from being exposed to any conflict that can become an impediment to the minimum standard of early childhood development. I thank you all. Joy Bangla.
Спасибо большое, Ваше Превосходительство. Слово предоставляется для национального заявления.
I'm now giving the floor to Iceland for their national statement. Iceland, you have the floor.
Хотелось бы напомнить...
I'd like to remind you that you can speak from the floor, from your seats.
Madam Director General, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. First of all, I wanted to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to UNESCO's Assistant Director General for Education and UNESCO's education sector for the organization and the inclusive consultation process in the preparation for the World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education. I also want to thank the government of the Republic of Uzbekistan for generously hosting the conference and for the warm welcome and overall great organization. Iceland has a long emphasized and holistic approach to education and to children's well-being and prosperity. Education for all in an inclusive education system is a cornerstone of the Icelandic education system and as such an important part of the securing the well-being and the prosperity of every child. This year we implemented a new comprehensive act on the integration of services in the interest of children's prosperity. We know that children's well-being and good mental health is critical for their ability to learn. Early childhood education is the first step of the education system in Iceland and as such one of the most important players in securing children's well-being, and this calls for good quality of the preschool education. Last year, the Icelandic Parliament adopted a policy and a financed action plan called Child Friendly Iceland in order to take a more systematic approach to the implementation on the Convention of the Rights of the Child in every community. We place great value on the importance of early childhood education and care, and therefore strongly support increased integration of the preschool level education in international human rights obligations. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Technicians, when? During the presentations, could we have the presenters face on the screen? I now give the floor to the minister from Syria. You can remain in your seats to save time. Thank you.
Madam President of the Conference, Excellencies, honorable guests. Today the world is experiencing many changes that are dominated by many risks, such as the spread of wars, epidemics, disasters, and the spread of poverty and ignorance. Young children are the most vulnerable to these risks due to their fragility and painful vulnerability. In view of the exposure of the Syrian Arab Republic to all these disasters over several years, the government hastened to work to support early childhood care, without discrimination in order to raise a capable and well-educated generation that possesses sufficient knowledge and has necessary experiences and skills for it in their life to be successful in education, life, work, production, and creativity. So they have to build a society based on an economy knowledge and believes in equality and works to achieve the goals of sustainable development. The following principles have been laid to the proper upbringing of a new generation. First, raising the level of community awareness of the importance and reality of early childhood development and care. Second, enhancing the government's role in providing and supporting early childhood development services. Three, harmonizing and systemizing legislations and laws in force, programs and activities related to early childhood development. And four, coordinating the efforts of all agencies and sectors involved in early childhood development. And the last one, mobilizing all allocating the necessary resources for early childhood development programs. Hence, we put forward proposals for regional and international cooperation in the field of early childhood, including giving vulnerable groups of children in remote and poor areas and displaced children the necessary importance and attention in regional and international cooperation programs. Second, strengthening all available educational means to provide those vulnerable groups of children with care and education through, as an example, building educational platforms for learning at home, developing programs to prepare them for the first grade for a year before school, and preparing interactive books for joining the first grade that can be taught to the child at home to bridge the gap between the first grade students who are enrolled in kindergartens and those who are not enrolled. The third one is supporting the regional Center for Early Childhood in Syria to be able to exchange experiences, increase interest in these children, and provide them with appropriate learning programs for fear and not losing them. Encouraging creative and innovative initiatives in the field of early childhood and promoting physical training and sport for children in the transitional stage between early childhood, 3 to 6 years old, and basic education, first cycle, first grade, to bridge the gap between children. Despite the unfair war in Syria, the penetration of terrorism, the economic blockade, the spread of pandemics, and their impact on the lives of the Syrian families, early childhood care is still priority for the government of the Syrian Arab Republic, according to the directive of His Excellency Mr. Bashar al-Assad, the President of the Syrian Arab Republic. Therefore, the government in Syria has worked hard with great care and attention from the First Lady, Mrs. Asma al-Assad, as part of her educational and social interest programs in cooperation with international organizations such as UNESCO, UNICEF, Aga Khan, etc., to support early children care and education. Our motto is, we work together to develop a whole integrated child. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. And especially for your conference in Arabic and in English. And we distribute some for the other argument. Thank you.
I now give the floor to Slovenia. Slovenia, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, and our kind hosts, As a representative of Slovenia, I can express that Slovenia is among rare countries
Microphone, please. The speaker's microphone is off.
in its law the legal right for every child to get a place in kindergarten immediately after mother parental leave finished with 11th month. The discussion whether we want the compulsory ECECCE needs broader pedagogical and professional discussion, which is the reason we are currently carrying on the wide evaluation national study, which we hope will bring us, beside the results, also the direction which would be the most optimal option regarding enrollment and direction in ECECCE for all children. We should keep in mind children can't formulate decisions, but we have to listen to their voices if we wish to reach holistic goals. The intention of the current Slovenian government is going into direction of implementing free of charge ECECCE for all 5 years old children the last year before attending school, including children with special needs, refugees, children in hospital who have long or short hospitalization. United Nations has declared in its World Population Prospects report that today world's population will hit 8 billion. It is the ideal time to take a moment and reflect on possible system improvements and to be aware of our shared responsibility we all have in relation to the children and EC itself. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое.
Thanks very much. I now give the floor to Thailand. Thailand, you have the floor.
Excellency, my colleague minister, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and honor to be here, and thank you for organizing this meaningful conference. Thailand recognizes the importance of early year in a child's life. The government has prioritized early childhood care and education as one of the important issues in education development. Today, I'm pleased to share with you our milestone in early childhood care and education. Our first milestone is the promotion of the equitable access to early childhood care and education. We promote the right to education as stipulated in the Constitution, that all children, regardless of their nationality or legal status, have the right to 15 years of the free basic education. This is in line with SDG 4.2. Thailand has provided child support grant for every newborn child to lessen the financial burden of the family. We also provide free school lunch for every child together with the free resource material. Our second milestone is to develop of the National Early Childhood Development Act 2019. ECCE in Thailand involves 6 ministers. The government has set up the ECD National Policy Committee to oversee the implementation of the ECD Act. The inter-ministerial coordination was developed as a mechanism for the cooperation among the 6 ministers by assigning MOU integrate cooperation of the 7 ministries to promote lifelong development 2022 to 2026. This places a great importance on human capital development at all ages, as it is fundamental to all aspects of the nation development. In order to translate policy into the concrete action, and the Early Childhood Development Plan 2021 to 2027 was developed in line with the 20-year Thailand strategy plan with the promote human capital toward lifelong learning. And our third milestone is the National Early Childhood Curriculum developed in 2017, which has laid a strong foundation for preschool children in order to build 21st century skills and prepare them for the fast change of the world. Our fourth milestone is the ECD Center National Standard, which ensure that quality of services are undertaken in our ECD center. The early childhood teachers are encouraged to apply a whole child approach through the meaningful play and local-based learning concept, which include the sufficiency economy philosophy. And finally, our fifth milestone is the ECD teacher competency, which has recently developed by the Teacher Council of Thailand, and this is now its final stage. The competency put young children at the center of the competency of the teacher. In closing, to achieve inclusive and quality early childhood care and education of young students, I truly believe that this requires strong cooperation and commitment from all stakeholders to work hand in hand to sculpture our young children to become quality citizens in the future. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Now, delegates, I remind you of the need to not to exceed your allotted time. And so I now give the floor to Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, dear members of states. The government of the Federative Republic of Brazil presents its commitment to education and recognize its fundamental role for sustainable human and economic development worldwide. In Brazil, education is constitutionally a right for all and a responsibility of the state, the family, and the entire society. The adherence to the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals reflects the recognition that milestones established therein must be evaluated by countries in order to establish actions and public policies aimed at ensuring quality education for all. The decentralized and autonomous constitutional organization of our systems demands from the national government a collaborative actions among the federated entities, integrating and coordinating actions in all stages of education and promoting strategies and investments that aim at reducing regional inequalities. Brazilian education has over 2 million teachers and 46 million students. The challenges inherent in managing these large systems were magnified when considering the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Brazil reinforced its commitment to universalize access to early education and to promote actions to increase quality based on the excellence of our teachers. Brazil is committed to the continuity and strengthening of national programs and technical and financial support that involve school feeding, transportation, books distribution, and physical adequacy of public schools. With the implementation of the common national curriculum nationwide, education for sustainable development has become more present in the classroom. Learning by skills and abilities contributes to children's development and life well-being. Brazil has been committed to guarantee financing for education, and in the last decade, increased investments in education from 4.6 to 6.2 of its GDP. in congratulating the Uzbekistan government and UNESCO for the initiative of holding this conference, Brazil reiterates its commitment to ensure inclusive, equitable, and quality education for all, while joining other member states in hoping that future commitments can address the challenges of early education in the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thanks very much. And I now give the floor to Indonesia.
Так, не видим делегацию.
I don't see the delegate of Indonesia. Perhaps they aren't even here and attending a parallel event. Well, in that case, I'm going to give the floor to the member state of Belgium, online. Belgium, you have the floor.
Excellence.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to express my solidarity towards the Ukrainian people, but also towards all of those affected by war and their children, who are often the victims of the follies of adults. This war in Europe and other recent events show a step back in terms of children's rights. I'm thinking here about girls' education under certain totalitarian regimes. This reminds us that we have to continue fighting for the rights of children within our society. We also have to make sure that these fundamental rights are effective and also to strengthen their development everywhere in the world. Children's rights require us to remain vigilant unrelentingly, and meetings like today's are fundamental so that we can take stock of the state of these rights and the work that still needs to be done. Indeed, the Convention on the Right of the Children says, and I quote, "Young children have not only the right to survive, but to blossom and to fulfill their full potential," end of quotation. It's also with this in mind that the collective fight against climate change is the responsibility of all of us if we want to leave for our children a planet that is habitable and give them a future that is desirable. In Belgium, we are convinced that the protection, education and emancipation begin at the early childhood. The first 1,000 days of a child's life are fundamental for their development. This has been scientifically proven. That is why we have, amongst other things, tried to make sure that more children can have access to quality care and education from the earliest age. And as of 2.5 years old, children have free access to education. Care environments such as nurseries or child carers have an educative role, but also a social role in terms of moulding the citizens of tomorrow. We need to make sure that more families can have access to these care options by making sure there is more of a supply of these areas, but also making sure that there are affordable care options and making sure the working conditions of those who look after our children are adequate. We are convinced that more quality care options will lead to more chances for more children to have a better start in life. Belgium will continue to support UNESCO within the framework of implementing Sustainable Development Goal 4, aiming at ensuring quality education based on equality and also promoting possibilities for lifelong learning. I thank you very much for your attention.
Спасибо большое. Это было наше...
Thank you very much. And so this was our last speaker at this session, our last national statement. I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers, to the delegates, your excellencies, for a very rich discussion and the presentations we've had today. Thank you very much for a valuable contribution. So I now close this session, and I'm inviting you all to the follow-up high-level session on the topic ECCE staff and caregivers. I invite the Honourable Minister from Bangladesh to take his seat as the chair of this meeting.
Dear distinguished delegates, dear participants, I would like to thank the President of the conference, Her Excellency Mrs. Shin, for delegating her power to me for this session. Welcome to this session on ECCE educators and caregivers that I'm honored to chair. Today, we will have the opportunity to discuss about key policy levers required to foster quality, competencies, and better professional status of ECCE personnel at global level. The agenda of our session is structured around two segments. The first is dedicated to a panel segment, which will be moderated by Alette van Leur, Director Sectoral Policies, International Labour Organization, and the second is the National Statement segment, which I myself will facilitate. During the first segment, we will start with a keynote speech from Professor Sharon Lynn Kagan to frame our discussion. Then we will hear from ministers during a panel discussion where they will have the opportunity to address some key questions related to the theme of this session, as well as share their experiences. This discussion will also benefit from insights from partners. After this panel discussion, I will open the floor for national statements from delegates of member states. I'm now delighted to give the floor to Ms. Alette van Leur to moderate the session.
Your Excellency, Ms. Dipumoni Nawaz, Minister of Education of Bangladesh, thank you so much for allowing me to moderate this meaningful discussion on the workforce, the early childhood education workforce. And dear Excellencies, dear delegates, dear participants, a warm welcome to you all. Education starts early. This is what we have heard throughout this conference, and we in the International Labour Organization consider early childhood education and development essential for building the healthy, productive workforce of the future. Early childhood care and education personnel are pivotal in ensuring quality services, and ECE requires a professional, qualified workforce. The early childhood workforce are workers, and all workers around the world have the right to decent work. This is the mandate of the International Labour Organization, and I'm therefore honored to moderate this high-level plenary session here with you. It's now my pleasure and my honor to have today with us Ms. Sharon Lynn Kagan, who is the Virginia and Leonard Marks Professor of Early Childhood and Family Policy and co-director of the National Center for Children and Families at Teachers College, Columbia University, and also professor adjunct at Yale University's Child Study Center. And she will tell us about the situation of ECC educators and caregivers, and focusing on key issues affecting them in many parts of the world and ways to respond to those critical issues. Professor Lynn Kagan, you now have the floor.
There should be a PowerPoint. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you. To our gracious hosts, to our honorable delegates, and to our treasured colleagues, thank you very much for inviting me to speak with you about the early childhood care and education workforce. To do so, I am going to discuss who it actually is, what major challenges it faces, how many countries around the world are addressing these challenges, and where we should focus next. To begin, who is the early ECCE workforce? Well, we know that there are many, many people who care about young children, policemen, firemen, but a subset of those who care are the people who are paid to care for and educate young children and who support their parents on a regular basis. This is the definition that I indeed will use. Now, we know a lot about this workforce. It's big. About 9 million people globally. It's predominantly female, about 97%. It is very stressed. It is overworked, it is often underpaid, and it is especially vulnerable to many risks, COVID included, but economic and political shifts as well. And finally, this workforce matters. You and I know that the quality of any institution, a great university, a large business or industry, wonderful NGOs, and philanthropic organizations is primarily predicated on one thing, and that is the quality of its workforce. With regard to ECCE, the data are very clear. Staff qualifications predict high quality cognitive, social, and language outcomes. But we also know something else. We know this workforce faces many challenges that we need to address if indeed it is to live up to its potential. How to go back? I'm going to discuss four. The first is the lack of supply. We know that our pleasant supply of workforce representatives is not able to provide services for all the children whom indeed we would like to serve. In fact, 40% of the world's children have no access, in part due to the lack of providers. But we also know that we have another problem. Those who work in early childhood often leave the system, so that we have globally a turnover rate of early childhood workers at about 40%. Nobody could run a corporation, an industry with that kind of turnover. And indeed, as we've heard several times during this wonderful conference, if we are to meet the ambitious goals of 4.2, we need to double the supply of our workforce. So supply is a huge problem. But the second problem is a lack of quality. 40% of those in low-income countries are inadequately prepared and do not meet the minimum entry qualifications for our field. And once people are in our field, they also lack opportunities for advancement in terms of inadequate supervision, a lack of in-service training, a lack of coaching, and a lack of career ladders that present opportunities for them. Moreover, around the world, many countries are not collecting data, so it is very, very hard to know the status of the workforce. A third challenge is the lack of equity that we face. We all know that children have limited access, often predicated on their income. But this is compounded because poor children often have inadequate access to engaged adults and to adults who are well prepared to meet their needs. Similarly, children who live in rural areas are challenged by the lack of an adequate workforce. And finally, gender inequities prevail in our field. We are obviously highly genderized. The final commitment is one that many of us have been speaking about. It is the lack of supports. And supports come in very different ways. Our basic compensation rates are very limited, as those who work with young children are paid only 74% as to their equivalently educated workforce. We have limited funding for scholarships and for fellowships, so that quality in-service training is a barrier. And finally, another form of support is that we have limited recognition of our field. In fact, in a major European country very recently, a survey indicated that 90% of the staff in ECCE reported that early childhood and their work was not respected or valued. It's very hard to make social change when indeed that lack of recognition prevails. And if all of that weren't enough, we face challenges due to climate change, to globalization, to technology, to vast changes in the population, and to urbanization. So we see that we have a field that is very important, but very, very challenged. Now, how are countries beginning to address these challenges? Let me take each challenge in turn based upon a study that we have done, as well as research collected from around the world. The first problem, the problem of supply. And I know that there are wonderful examples worldwide. We've heard of many of them during this conference, so I'm just going to pick a few. In Norway, they have enlisted a campaign that says the best job in the world is vacant. They are actively recruiting individuals. Indeed, we have in Tanzania, there is a national program to train existing primary school teachers for work in early childhood. And in the United States, the well-known Teach Fellowship program not only provides scholarships for individuals, but insists that once those individuals are placed, they indeed earn appropriate compensation. Quality and equity. There are many examples of this In Sweden, we have a government-funded teacher salary boost program that really rewards people who are working and doing a very good job with young children. Australia is a wonderful example of, indeed, a country that has done a very good job in helping to ensure basic compensation by providing minimum wages and by supporting the unionization of individuals. And indeed, the European Union has done a wonderful job of approaching innovative teaching with an award that is given annually. So we see that around the world, there are very, very important supports that are being rendered. Now, all of us cannot implement all of these, nor is that appropriate. Yes, but there are two things that we indeed can do right now. And I would like to submit that the first is that we need to think about our work a little bit differently. And the second is that we need to act very wisely and very, very...
Could you please switch off all other microphones? Thank you.
I'd like to suggest that we need to think differently about two different things. The first is infrastructure. You know that when you and I talk to governments and they say infrastructure, they usually mean buildings and facilities, correct? Yes, correct. But that's not the only kind of infrastructure there is. When we are dealing with the workforce, there is an infrastructure that relates to not only money and compensation, but we need certificate programs. We need professional institutions of higher education. We need career ladders that mark pathways. I would like to suggest that the early ECC workforce is badly in need of a different kind of infrastructure, and that we indeed should be talking about that and thinking about supporting that infrastructure dramatically. The second different think really relates to what our roles of government are. And we have heard a lot of commitment to government's role as a provider of resources. And clearly that is important. But I would like to point out, and we heard this just moments ago from the wonderful examples, that indeed governments have important roles in terms of stewardship and leadership. And this is very, very important. Governments are the ones who safeguard supply, quality, and equity as they promulgate standards, as they foster implementation, as they monitor what indeed we are doing, and as they provide incentives for others to become involved. I would suggest that we need to have our think considering the government role as one of funder and steward of excellent ECCE. Now, if we want to, oopsie, I don't want to go there, I need to go back. If we want to do all of this, we need to act wisely and inclusively. We've heard a lot about that. The first is that we must learn lessons from other countries and from others and adapt them to fit our own context. Examples are prevalent. Equally important, we must make the workforce a priority. We must sound loud and clearly the need for focusing on the workforce because of its essential role in supporting young children. You know, everyone, we can do this. A decade ago, when we were in Moscow, we didn't have anywhere near the kind of representation that we do from ministers and from high-level delegates. Indeed, in this decade, we have accomplished a great deal. We have been very successful in shouting out the centrality of ECCE to country advancement. I would like to suggest that for the next date, with equal vigor, we need to proclaim the centrality of the ECCE workforce to our overall agenda. Finally, I would like to say that often we learn the most important lessons from children. 4-year-old Tanika is a Head Start child, and like us, she was very challenged. She wanted to paint, but she was uncertain about how to go about doing it. So, like us, she looked at others. She thought about it a great deal. And one day, as she approached the easel, I overheard her muttering, "I think I can. I think I can. Painting is actually easy. All you have to do is first think your thoughts, and then you need to paint your think." This from a 4-year-old child. I would like to suggest that through the generous sponsorship of Uzbekistan and UNESCO and all of their partners, we are thinking our thoughts about our workforce. Now, what we are being charged to do is what young children...
Please switch off all other microphones. Thank you.
We need to challenge ourselves to paint a beautiful think that prioritizes the early childhood care and education workforce. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you so much, Sharon Lynn. Thank you for your keynote speech and your valuable inputs into the discussion on ECC educators and caregivers. And this was a really inspiring start of our conversation. You mentioned that the workforce should be made a priority, and also the workforce should be central to our overall agenda. And of course, we in ILO like that very much. Thank you for those comments. In the meantime, we have been joined now, and I would like to introduce our distinguished panelists. We are honored to have with us the presence of Her Excellency Ms. Dedeu Ousmane Sidibé, Minister of National Education of Mali. Bienvenue, Madame. I would like to call on Ms. Savia Mta'a, Minister of Social Action, Childhood and Family of Mauritania, to join us here on the podium. And also we have with us Her Excellency Marie-Michelle Sahondrari Malala, Minister of National Education of the Republic of Madagascar. Your Excellencies, you're most welcome. And again, I would like to call on the Minister of Social Action, Childhood and Family of Mauritania to join us here on the podium, if you are here with us in the room, and that is Ms. Savia Mta'a of Mauritania. We also have with us here on the podium Ms. Nafisa Sekova, the Global Lead for Education and Early Childhood Development of the Aga Khan Foundation. And we'll give her the floor in a short while. And also we have with us on the podium Mr. Dennis Signolo, who is representing the General Secretary of Education International, and he will also speak afterwards. While waiting for, yes, I believe that the Minister of Mauritania is going to join us, but I would first now like to call on Your Excellency, Ms. Dedeu Ousmane Sidibé, Minister of National Education of Mali, to take the floor for the next 5 minutes. And I would like to ask you for what is to present the key levers regarding ensuring quality continuous professional development of ECC staff, and to share some examples of successful actions that Mali has developed. So, without any further ado, Madame Dedeu Ousmane Sidibé, Minister of National Education of Mali, you have the floor.
Okay, merci. Thank you very much, moderator. Hello to Chair, Vice Chair and Representative of the President, dear colleagues, moderator. Thank you very much for having given me the floor. Before responding to your question, I would like to speak a little bit about the context of the Malian school system. In Mali, we have suffered an unprecedented socio-political crisis, and this since March 2012. And this has had a major impact on our education system, which was already suffering. The consequences of these events saw huge displacement of teachers and also pupils. And we also saw destruction of infrastructure and equipment. In 6 regions of Mali affected by the crisis, we have around 800 schools that have closed out of 4,690 this is in 2018. And there were also the Center for Development of Early Childhood Care and Education, which also closed down. With regards to the actions being carried out by Mali, we have a national policy for ECCE. And this is part of a 10-year program for education and vocational training. And first and foremost, we focus on schooling, getting children into school, identifying and reintegrating out-of-school children back into school, and the reinsertion, the direct reinsertion of students who are not in school currently. We've also wanted to strengthen capacity of teachers and headmasters and academic advisors, etc. And all of this through mobilizing communities and above all through specific associations which we call the Pupils' Mothers Associations. The role of these schooling management centres is to accompany the actions carried out through the action plan. So, taking into account inclusive education, above all when it comes to teacher training centres, we see that we are making progress and there is motivation, which means that we can mobilise our actions thanks to staff who are very motivated, above all when it comes to the preschool level of teaching. With political will, which can be seen above all at the level of the Malian government through an understanding of the importance of education for all, and in SDG 4. We also have this national policy document which offers us 3 approaches. We have the legal approach. All children have a right to education. There's a holistic approach and an integrated approach, so a comprehensive global approach, and there's also a community approach. The community approach is very important when it comes to the Malian context because this allows us to mobilize parents, families, and local authorities when it comes to taking care of young children. And this also helped us to create alternative structures for education, to look after children at the preschool level. So we have a national body that is dedicated to preschool education and also special educational needs. Because when it comes to inclusion, we also have to take into account that disabled children are a priority. For the first time in Mali, we have put in place a procedure put in place by experts that have allowed for children who are who are disabled, who have some kind of motor disability, to take their baccalaureate exams. So that is really a priority for us. However, we also have difficulties when it comes to the lack of budget dedicated to education. There's also major gaps between urban areas and rural areas, and this is not, of course, helped at all by the existence of terrorism in certain areas and the rural exodus, and which means that often children move out of rural areas along with their parents. But as I said before, we often have to count on mothers to teach their children in difficult situations, but we also want to help children not only be able to be within their families, but also in classrooms. So we can say that terrorism has been a major issue for us. Now, I know that this is also a bit of a taboo subject in many countries, not only on my own, but we believe that we have the resources to move forward and to improve the situation. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for describing the situation in Mali and also informing us about your national policy and how important it is to ensure that the policy is inclusive, including groups of children, including disabled children, but also you spoke about the urbanization that's going on in Mali at the moment, and that we also need to take into account the urban areas to make sure that there's access to early childhood education also in rural areas. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Saviane Taha, Minister of Social Action, Childhood and Family of Mauritania, to present also in the next 5 minutes your national perspective regarding key levers for ensuring quality continuous professional development of ECE staff, and also to share some examples of your successful actions in Mauritania. Madame Saviane Taha, you have the floor.
Tout d'abord,
first and foremost, I would like to thank the government of Uzbekistan for the warm welcome that they have offered to us, particularly the Minister for Preschool, without, of course, forgetting to thank UNESCO for having invited me to this important international conference. I would like to take advantage of this situation to present to you the situation in Mauritania. Preschool education and the protection of young children in Mauritania is part of a very strong commitment to SDG 4 and a political will that has become more and more clear in our country in favour of early childhood. In 2005, we developed our national policy for early childhood care and education, and our main objective was to give children a good start in life, creating a training centre for early childhood education. In 2006, we adopted a law that defines education and care conditions for the youngest children. And we have 4 specific units dedicated to early childhood. We are also fighting against female genital mutilation. And in 2016, we developed a national strategy for protecting the youngest children in our country. My country has set up a national strategy aiming at promoting prosperity, and that covers 2016 to 2030. The objective in this particular domain is to contribute to the development of young children through family education and preschool education, so that we can have quality education, and also so that everyone can access this education. With this level of commitment, our President has committed to making sure that by 2024, 100,000 young children will receive the care that they need. Currently, we have under 10% of schooling for children between the age of 1 to 6. And therefore, we wish to set up a preschool education system that focuses in particular on the poorest members of our society. We are doing this through innovative solutions. Our objective is to try and get the current 10% up to 40% by 2024, 2025. We have set up a national commission, a multi-sectorial national commission, in order to speed up the development of our preschool system between 2022 to 2025. We are trying to exploit the potential that we currently have through multi-partner initiatives. The different priority areas are governance and monitoring of the preschool system through setting up a national centre, educational centre for training teachers in this area. We also want to strengthen the capacity of parents and strengthen their role. We also want to focus on those who are the most vulnerable. And we also want to set up public-private partnerships so that 15,000 children from poor and disadvantaged families have access to this education. We also want to focus on community-based options and make sure that there are mechanisms in place in order to check that standards are being met in this particular area. We have set up a multi-party framework, and within this framework, all stakeholders have very clearly defined roles. All of this falls under the aegis of the Minister for National Education, as well as for Social Affairs, as well as for Islamic Affairs, the General Delegation for National Solidarity and the Fight Against Exclusion, also the Association of Mayors of Mauritania. And we want to offer these following advantages to children: quality education, socialization of children, which will then strengthen social cohesion and national unity. We also want to empower women. And I thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you so much, Madam Minister. Thank you for sharing your also the challenges that your country, Mauritania, is faced with, but also sharing your commitments. You have very ambitious commitments for the preschool education systems, and I think these are excellent ideas, the national education centers focusing on teachers, but particularly I heard you say involving the parents, which is absolutely so crucial. So thank you for sharing those experiences with us. Now, I would like to call on Miss Marie-Michelle Sahondrari Malala. I always am a big fan of the names in Madagascar. They are kind of long but beautiful. The Minister of Education of Madagascar, to hear from you what your experiences are, your national perspectives, and also focusing on ECC staff pre-service preparation and further development. Thank you. You have the floor, Madam Minister.
Merci.
Thank you. President, Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Hello. First and foremost, congratulations to the Republic of Uzbekistan and UNESCO for the quality of your organization of this conference and the pertinence of this conference dedicated to ECCE. When it comes to Madagascar, preschool education has a community-based level, and it's part of non-formal education. It has an institutional and organizational setup with preschool services at all levels of administration, and we also have frameworks that allow us to make sure that the majority of these preschool centres are actually run by the state. We have been able to set up our preschool system thanks to partnership between 3 different groups of actors. Firstly, the communities, through creating preschool centres and ECCE centres in rural zones. Through these different areas where different spaces are dedicated to early childhood education with the help of activity leaders. We also have private companies through their corporate social responsibility programs, helping us to build infrastructure. And then, finally, the state. The state linking preschool systems to primary school, the primary school systems. And in new state schools in urban areas, we see that there are also community centres for children, and we also have school canteens at preschool level, as well as other options for preschool children when it comes to improving their nutrition. All of this has allowed us to have the following results. Today we have 42.2% of our preschool children in some form of free school education. We have 16,000 schools that are linked to the preschool system, including a large number in rural areas. There are 110 community nurseries and 380 more schools are being set up. We have 45% of our preschool infrastructure that benefits from having adequate teaching materials. But what about the teachers at the preschool level? We have 33,348 of them against 90,000 at the primary school level. Many of them are not actually government workers. They often don't receive any pay during the school holidays in the summer, and they're obliged to get another job during that period. And 57% of them do some kind of basic training before entering the preschool system. So we want to try and train 18,000 more such teachers, and we also want to make sure that we can set up as many private centres for preschool education as possible. We want to put in place 1,500 trainers so that they can help teachers to know how to manage their classrooms and to give them access to necessary teaching materials. And we want 3,000 of these teachers to come out of the university system as well as making sure that disabled children can also receive the care that they need. We also want to make sure that there is a bonus of $51 per teacher for over certain periods during the year. We also want to strengthen the role of headmasters and make sure that we can also depend on having good databases and make sure that there is a mutual health fund for teachers in general, which will include preschool teachers. We also want to make sure that we can have top-up training options for these teachers as well. Today, we have presented a new initiative for this month of December. We presented it before Parliament, and that would lead us to the obligatory schooling from 10 years old all the way up until the end of secondary school, involving public and private actors in the education system, but also making sure that as of preschool level, children have a strong national curriculum and, however, with within a flexible school system approach. So we really want to consider preschool as an integral part of formal education within Madagascar. Today, we know what to do. Nothing is stopping us from moving forward. So we would ask all countries to not be scared of making sure that they can guarantee their youngest children access to preschool education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister of Education of Madagascar. I heard you mention and report back on quite a successful start of your pre-school education system, with 42% of children covered already. But I also heard you mention that some of the preschool teachers are recruited through private providers and that their conditions of work are not adequate, not paid during the holidays, and that you're now addressing that and looking into continuous learning for professional development for them, and also to work towards better remuneration, because this is essential, as we have agreed, to retain these preschool teachers in the workforce, of course. Thank you very much for those interesting experiences. I now would like to invite Ms. Nafisa Shekova, who is the Global Lead for Education and Early Childhood Development of the Aga Khan Foundation, to take the floor and to particularly share good practices concerning the training of ECE educators and caregivers. And I believe that you will also speak to the measures you have taken for parents and informal caregivers and the professionalization of ECC personnel. Please, you have the floor.
It works now? Yes. Your Excellencies, distinguished panelists and distinguished guests, Salam alaikum and good afternoon. The Aga Khan Foundation has been promoting early childhood development for over 40 years. We currently support early childhood development in 15 countries, and of course, ECD workforce is a very important aspect of our work. We partner with government, civil society organizations, and development partners to develop professional development tools, resources, and strengthen the capacity of ECD workforce, which includes health workers, pre-primary educators, and social workers around early childhood development. Today, I'd like to share 3 lessons and considerations from our experience in supporting pre-primary education. Because I only have 5 minutes, I'll only be able to share 3 lessons focusing on the pre-primary educators. Number 1 is the need to create diverse professional pathways. When our long-standing partner, the Madrasa Early Childhood Program, started establishing community-based preschools in some of the remote areas in East Africa, It's mainly young girls and sometimes boys with only primary education who were interested to become preschool teachers. The madrasa program developed pre-service teacher training program that was delivered in an in-service mode over 2 years, in which these trainees were also teaching. Practicing teaching with a strong mentoring support has been a key ingredient of the in-service model. The MECP approach not only developed qualified teachers, but at the same time provided quality learning experiences for the young children. The approach also demonstrated that how young women and men who have not been able to complete their formal education have the aptitude, attitude, and motivation to become high-quality ECCE teachers. These young people have secured employment, enhanced their social economic status, and became role models in their communities. So as we further the professionalization of ECCE workforce, we need to ensure that the needs of the most remote and marginalized communities are taken into consideration. And we should not forget that this extensive pool of young talent can provide should not forget about the extensive pool of talent and provide diverse professional pathways for aspiring ECCE teachers in the future. Number two, the need to recognize prior knowledge and teaching experiences. In many countries, ECD has and continues being supported by civil society organizations, philanthropies, and development partners. And a lot of efforts have been made by these stakeholders in training and supporting the ECC workforce. Many governments around the world have only recently started to develop and ratify policies and finance the ECC space. While many of the existing teachers may not have the academic qualification demanded by the national policy, these teachers are the very reason there is a fertile ground for the government to now build. When the government of Uganda created academic pathways for ECCE teachers and educators, many of the teachers trained by the Madrasa Early Childhood Program did not have the required academic qualification. The Madrasa Early Childhood Program partnered with the Ministry of Education in Uganda and Bugema University and developed a bridging course that allowed these teachers to take this course over a time during their holidays and receive the government-recognized certificate. So as the professional reforms take hold, existing teachers' contribution to their communities, societies, and countries must be celebrated and their experience and expertise recognized. And number three, the need for partnership. We know that governments alone will not be able to achieve the ECD agenda. In Zanzibar, a well-coordinated partnership between the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, and the Madrasa Early Childhood Program over the last 10 years has increased access to pre-primary education from 30% in 2012 to almost 81% in 2022. The government, through UNICEF support, has been creating school-based classrooms and allocated rooms and teachers. The Madrasa Early Childhood Program has been supporting the government in capacity building of teachers and creating contextually relevant, playful learning environment. This example demonstrates the well-coordinated government civil society partnership that leverage and respect the diverse qualities and attributes of each other can lead to rapid positive impact and change, elevating the need for continued partnership in the future to achieve the national ECD agenda. Thank you.
I am impressed, Ms. Shekova. In less than 5 minutes, your 3 lessons, diverse professional pathways, need to recognize prior professional experience, and the need for partnership. Crystal clear. Thank you so much for your intervention. So we go to our last speaker for now, and I'm sorry that we are rushing you so much, but there's really not enough time. There's so many interesting interventions, but we need to, of course, stick to the times available. And this is Mr. Dennis Signolo, representing the Secretary General of Education International. Please take the floor, and we look forward to hearing your perspectives on ECE personnel. Dennis, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. For those who may not be aware, Education International is the global union organization of teachers. We represent over 32.5 million educators from early childhood to university. Colleagues, we all agree that teachers matter. They transform lives, the lives of young children in our classrooms every day. In fact, when teachers and young children interact in the classroom, a miracle happens. I would like to take a moment to go through just 5 key points, which I call the 5 policy levers for guaranteeing a professional, motivated, and adequately supported teacher for our children. You may call it the 5-point plan. Plan number 1, it's important to professionalize teaching in the ECE sector. How can we do this? We need to establish professional teaching standards. EI and UNESCO in 2019 adopted a document, a very important framework of professional teaching standards globally. And I was encouraged to hear the Director General of UNESCO this morning indicate that specific standards for early childhood will be developed next year. EI will be happy to contribute to that process. Second, to professionalize teaching in the sector, it's important to provide training to all the early childhood educators, induction into the profession, continuous professional development. I'm talking about lifelong, life-wide, and life-deep learning for our teachers. And then third, we can professionalize teaching by giving teachers the professional autonomy, the trust, and the respect they deserve every day. And then number 2, ensure adequate and quality tools, teaching and learning resources for teachers. It's important that teachers have the necessary infrastructure, that they have the necessary resources to teach effectively. EI is carrying out a study on school infrastructure in Africa, and the results are discouraging. We don't have adequate resources in our schools, and it's even worse in early childhood. And then third, ensure decent salaries and working conditions for ECE teachers and early childhood education support personnel. This is critical because we want teachers not to focus on where they are going to get their next meal from, but we want them to focus on what they know how to do best, to teach. So it's important to improve salaries and to make sure that the salaries of teachers in early childhood education are no less than those of primary school teachers or educators in other sectors. And then number 4, ensure the involvement of early childhood educators through their unions in institutionalized, genuine, and continuous social and policy dialogue. That is continuous engagement protected by legislation and done in good faith. And number 5, which is the last lever, governments should commit to invest in early childhood education and in early childhood educators. This is critical, right from 0 to 8. That's why the Tashkent Declaration must have clear benchmarks for domestic financing of education and certainly for development aid as well. That's why our governments must respect the commitment to meet at least 6% of GDP or at least 20% of the national budget allocation to education for developing countries. I would like also to encourage development aid partners to meet their commitment to invest 0.7% of gross national income to development aid and make sure that at least 20% of all development aid goes to education, and that includes early childhood education. In conclusion, I would like to stress, Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the critical importance of government leadership and action. Yes, civil society can do something. Yes, others can do something. But the real game changer is government commitment, political leadership, investment in early childhood education and teachers. I'm talking about public investment and public provision of early childhood education. It is therefore important that we guarantee a qualified and motivated teacher for every child. If we do that, that would be the real game changer. That would be the real ambition of this very important conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis. On behalf of Education International, crystal clear 5-point plan, and the last point is particularly important in this context also. Governments take charge. This is the real game changer. Show your political commitment to ensure quality childhood education. This is your role and your commitment. Thank you so much for this really, really interesting debate. Unfortunately, we do not have more time to discuss. I think we had a very, very rich overview of various government experiences. Also, partners have shared their experiences and good practices. And we are are coming to the end of this discussion. And I would now like to hand back to Her Excellency, Ms. Dipo Moni Nawaz of Bangladesh, to take over as president of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Aled Van Leur, for moderating the panel discussion today. It is now time to open the floor for national statements from delegates of member states. We already have speakers registered for this session. Therefore, delegates who are not on the list are kindly requested to register to the speaking list during tomorrow's high-level session 4. This is due to time constraints and a packed agenda with no margin for delays. I thank you in advance for your kind cooperation. I now ask the Secretariat to read out the list of speakers.
Thank you, President, for giving me the floor. We have 7 member states who have registered for this session: Azerbaijan in person, Romania video, DPR Korea in person, Yemen in person, Germany in person, Tajikistan a video, and Sri Lanka a video.
Thank you. Delegates may take the floor only once, and each intervention is limited to 2 minutes. Kindly ensure that you respect the time limit, as we are already running very late. I will now give the floor to the first speaker, the representative of Azerbaijan. If the representative is not in the room, then I'll give the speaker from Romania, who will deliver a speech on video, a video speech.
Romania strongly believes that early childhood education and care lie at the foundation of all future education levels and participation in lifelong learning. Inclusive and high-quality early childhood education and care have a significant impact on addressing inequity and social exclusion. The Educated Romania project under implementation at the national level contains a series of strategic objectives. Among them, the development of a network of public nurseries, kindergartens, and other preschool and early childhood education services that will gradually allow the general inclusion of children in early childhood education. We are closely working with the local authorities to increase the capacity of the education system through investment in infrastructure and the construction of more than 100 energy-efficient nurseries and over 400 complementary facilities such as children's daycare, play centers, and toy libraries. A new curriculum of early education of children from birth to 6 years was approved in 2019, offering development opportunities to all children regardless of gender, ethnicity, religion, or socioeconomic status, and aiming to develop pro-social, accepting, and respectful behaviors toward diversity. There is no doubt that the quality of early education is highly dependent on the professionalism, competence, and commitment of the staff working in the sector. Therefore, it is increasingly important to enhance their training and development. Cooperation, dialogue, the exchange of ideas and good practices, studies and analysis are extremely useful to guide and support our national or regional approaches. And in this respect, we would like to thank UNESCO and the Uzbek authorities for organizing the World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education. Thank you.
Thank you, Romania. Now I give the floor to the representative of Azerbaijan. Okay. Now I give the floor to the representative from DPR Korea.
Madam Chair, distinguished participants, it gives me a great pleasure to attend the World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education and express my hope that this conference will become a successful gathering that would contribute to the development of childhood care and education. Children are regarded as kings and queens in our country, where the national policy and system guarantee upbringing of children exclusively on state expenses right from their birth. The DPRK government adopted the law on nursing and upbringing of children on April 29, 1976, and thus legalized the upbringing of all children in nurseries and kindergartens at the expenses of the state and society. The best sites are always reserved for building nurseries and kindergartens in accordance with the principle of best things for the children. And the government is providing the children with all conditions necessary for bringing them up sound and healthy nutritionally, hygienically, scientifically, culturally, and emotionally. Institutions for child care and education are conducting activities to develop intellectual faculties of children in a way best fit for their psychological characteristics, with emphasis on songs and dances, various games and storytelling, according to the curriculum based on the standards of growth and development at different age groups. At higher grade of kindergarten, in particular, quality education is provided to all children in a planned way by introducing modern pedagogical techniques and means, including the AI, as required by the evolving reality, so that the children are well equipped with basic knowledge and ready for school education. The DPRK government is taking full responsibility to make sure that the children without parents are taken care of either in baby homes or in children's homes, while the preschool children with disabilities are nursed and brought up in nurseries, kindergartens, or special rehabilitation centers to make them adapt to their later school life. The third plenary meeting of the 8th Congress of the Workers' Party of Korea was held under the guidance of respected Comrade Kim Jong-un, President of the State Affairs of the DPRK, on June 15, 2021. In this meeting, it was established as a state policy to provide nutritional food such as dairy products free of charge to all children in nurseries and kindergartens during the most important period of life for their growth and development. In our country, children are given new school uniforms and stationery on a regular basis and at the state expenses, regardless of favorable and unfavorable circumstances. Sustained and developmental changes are taking place in the work for improved conditions for education. All these achievements are the brilliant fruition of the love for the future posterity dedicated by the government of the DPRK. The DPRK government will actively keep pace with global efforts for continuous improvement of the quality of ECCE, for the guarantee of inclusive, equitable quality education for all children, and for the attainment of SDG 4.2. Convinced that this conference will serve as a meaningful event which provides a platform for exchange of experiences and contribute to ECCE, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks once again to UNESCO and to the government of Uzbekistan for organizing this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the representative of Yemen. And to all the speakers, kindly ensure that you respect the time limit, please.
Shukran.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I would also like to extend my thanks to UNESCO. And I would also like to express my thanks to the government of Uzbekistan. Thank you for your warm hospitality. In order to ensure quality education, we must put in place comprehensive policies, and we must mobilize all of our forces and capabilities on all different levels to do so. We have to fully and comprehensively update all of the elements of our educational systems and adapt them with the changes that have taken place thanks to the efforts of UNESCO to ensure continuous education, and thanks to its insisting upon the importance of early childhood education. Unfortunately, there is a lot of suffering in my country. Many children in Yemen suffer from many difficulties. They suffer from health problems and educational problems since the war that began in September 2014. Because of this war, the suffering of children has become worse in a country that was one of the least developed in the region even before the war. The age group from 1 to 8 years of age represents about 70 million people in my country. 7 million, sorry. Despite the improvements in the educational system in my country, it is still below what is required. The rates of enrollment in ECCE is extremely low. It is only about 1%. Most children are in community kindergartens and private institutions, and only in cities. We also suffer from the problem of a lack of workforce in ECCE and lack of capabilities and skills. This, in addition to the fact that there is a very low level of awareness in our communities on ECCE. In order to provide care to early childhood, a number of actions are required urgently in my country in order to improve early childhood education. We need projects and programs to be put in place. The first thing we need to do is to put in place curricula for ECCE, curricula that are adapted to the fast pace of change. Also, we need to improve the infrastructure of educational institutions for ECCE. We also must create a national center for ECCE. The fourth project we need to put in place is to build the capabilities of those working in ECCE. The fifth thing we need to do is to fight malnutrition. And we also need to put in place an awareness-raising program. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the representative from Germany.
Excellencies, dear colleagues from around the globe, ladies and gentlemen. Early childhood care and education are a fundamental building block in enabling a child's opportunities for development, integration, and upward mobility. The destruction of ECCE facilities and other educational institutions in Ukraine is a catastrophe. We call upon Russia to put an end to its illegal war of aggression against the sovereign state of Ukraine. The daycare facility is the first educational institution in a child's life. It is essential to provide it with the environment necessary to safeguard the children's right to inclusive and equitable high-quality education and care. Firstly, without sufficiently qualified and motivated education specialists, it is simply not possible to provide high-quality education and care. In Germany, our goal is to ensure these specialists are allocated sufficient time to provide each child with high-quality education and care. In this context, having a good staff-to-child ratio in every facility is an important stepping stone. As a key factor to recruit and retain childcare specialists, we need to make the profession more appealing. That means creating an attractive vocational training environment, promoting academic courses, endorsing ECCE research, as well as comprehensive development opportunities, and ensuring good working conditions with an adequate salary. It also involves increasing the incentives for men to take up work in early childhood care and education. In Germany, the federal government and the governments of our 16 Länder or federal states, together with local authorities, are jointly responsible for the ECCE sector. While both the federal level and the Länder shape the respective legal framework conditions for providing all children with good and fair opportunities, the Länder, local authorities and daycare providers are responsible for the implementation and administration of ECCE according to the needs of the families on both the land and the local level. Through joint effort, all these players aim to provide high quality and inclusive early childhood care and education. Besides providing ECCE specialists with suitable working conditions, we identified several other key aspects necessary to increase the quality of early childhood care and education in Germany, namely to create service based on the needs of the families, to strengthen daycare center management, and to provide child-friendly spaces and healthy meals. Only if we succeed in offering high-quality and inclusive ECCE nationwide will we be able to ensure that every child's physical and psychological needs are satisfied and that they develop into responsible and socially competent personalities. ECCE holds enormous potential regarding education for sustainable development. The child learns basic values and skills, and it experiences that its actions have an impact on the other people as well as its own environment. To tackle these tasks, secured state funding is crucial. We have to make the ECCE sector a political priority. It is indisputably pivotal to provide the necessary financial and structural backing in order to enable all children, irrespective of their social backgrounds, to receive high-quality education and care, since the future of our societies is at stake. In Germany, we have already stepped up our efforts over the last 15 years. We established a child's universal right to a daycare place from the age of 12 months that allows for seamless transition from parental leave to daycare. This right also applies to children and families that fled Russia's illegal war of aggression against Ukraine and to other refugees. It requires a major effort from all actors, but it is an effort we are heartily ready to give. Additionally, we have improved access to child daycare by massively investing in the expansion of available ECCE places. From the experience of multilateral joint ventures like the OECD Teaching and Learning International Survey, we know that many of the countries present today face the same challenges in an increasingly faster changing world. Therefore, together with its partners worldwide, Germany seeks to promote the topic of education, including ECCE, as part of its multilateral development cooperation. We are looking forward to hearing the approaches your governments and key playholders decided to take on how to tackle those challenges. And we are grateful to the government of Uzbekistan and to UNESCO for organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now we will have the representation from Tajikistan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mary Mongrave, the Minister. On behalf of the Minister of Education and Science, I'd like to extend you his warm welcome and wishes of successful work. Colleagues, while recognizing the importance of ECCE for shaping fully fleshed human personality and further integration with society, including education, employment, family making, and creating adequate conditions to ensure an integrated approach to education and upbringing of children of early years and preschool age. While being firmly committed to national policy in developing preschool education, our government and its international development partners have been taking part in the development of policies and taken steps towards meeting economic and social needs of children for their adequate development, bearing in mind the priorities of the National Strategy for the Development of Education until 2030 and to respond to global trends and challenges in preschool education. The government of Tajikistan reiterates its commitment to ensuring conditions in preschool education, taking into account physical, ethnical, cultural, intellectual backgrounds, and the creation of accessible and safe educational environments for the provision of high-quality education. Capacity building and strengthening the national system of training and retraining and further training of preschool teachers, and paying due attention to provide opportunities to develop competencies through the introduction of a comprehensive package of social services, mechanisms and events. We also pressing on with improving the legislative and regulatory base for preschool education and creating favorable conditions to attract and increase investments, technical resources and exchange international experience in developing preschool education, as well as involving private, public and donor funds to ensure the sustainable dynamic development of children, to create conditions for the introduction and promotion of low-cost national alternative solutions in the provision of preschool education services through the generation of evidence, adoption of international approaches and expanding digital education within the framework of the National Concept for the Development of Digital Education until 2040. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. The last member state delegate for this discussion is the representative of Sri Lanka.
Chairperson, Excellencies and delegates. Sri Lanka wished to convey its deep appreciation for the government of Uzbekistan for the excellent arrangement made to hold the World Conference on Early Childhood, Care and Education together with UNESCO. As a policymakers, it's our responsibility to maintain the quality of preschool children, because the children's first experience in their life is preschool. So preschool is very important in this country. Finally, Sri Lanka joined with other members in referring the right of every child in this world receive care and education from the birth, and assuring that no child is behind in this world. We care for the children. We always have to care for the children. Thank you so much. I'm Geeta Kumarasinghe, State Minister of Women and Children's Affairs.
Thank you. Thank you all for your very rich interventions. I'd like to thank Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and dear participants for the rich discussions we had today. Thank you for your valuable contributions. I'm now closing this session and invite you to enjoy a very well-deserved break before starting again the next high-level session today in this room at 5 p.m. on the topic of policy governance and finance. And that session will be chaired by the Honorable Education Minister of Gabon. Thank you.
Excellency, distinguished
Yes.
Yeah.
This is microphone. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous asseoir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll soon be beginning.
Can you get your seat? And I think the President would like to start now.
Distingués délégués,
delegates, participants, good morning, good afternoon. I would like to thank the president of this conference, Agrippina Shin, the minister, for giving me her power for this session. Welcome to this session on policy, governance and finance that I'm honoured to chair. I will now ask Mr. Chong from the Secretariat if we have a quorum. Madam Chair, it seems that we do not yet have a quorum. Therefore, we'll wait for 3 minutes or so. This time is accorded.
chers distingués,
delegates, participants. Today we have the opportunity to discuss about the status of ECCE policy, early childhood care and education, including legal frameworks, governance and finance, in a continued effort to elevate ECCE to the top global and national political and financing agendas. The agenda of our session is structured around 2 segments. The first is dedicated to a panel segment, which will be moderated by Ms. Ethel Agnes Pascua Valenzuela, Director at the Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization. And the second is the National Statesman's segment, which I myself will facilitate. During the first segment, we will start with a keynote speech from Ms. Mikiko Otani, chairperson of the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, to frame our discussion. Then we will hear from 3 ministers during a panel discussion, where they will have the opportunity to address some key questions related to policy, governance, and financing, as well as to share their experiences. This discussion will also benefit from insights from partners, and we welcome to this session. After this panel discussion, I will open the floor for national statements from delegates of member states. I am therefore delighted to give the floor now to Ms. Ethel Agnes Pascua Valenzuela, who will moderate this session. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Madam Camelia Natumi, the Clerk, Minister of Education of Gabon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to moderate this session and this meaningful discussion. I am Dr. Ethel Agnes Valenzuela. I'm the Director of SIMIO, Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, an intergovernmental organization of 11 member states in Southeast Asia. And dear Excellencies, dear delegates, dear participants, welcome to our session. This is a very interesting session. We'll talk about policies, governance, and financing. Our keynote speaker, as introduced earlier, is Ms. Mikiko Otani, and the chairperson of the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. However, she was unable to attend and be with us today in Tashkent, but we will hear her intervention, which we will watch on the screen. She will tell us about the importance of ECCE from a rights-based perspective. Let me properly introduce our speaker, Ms. Otani, who is actually the chair of the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. She is an international human rights lawyer, and she has been working for a long time on human rights education, early childhood development, child participation, girl-child, child marriage, to name a few. She is currently a council member of the International Bar Association's Human Rights Institute and a commissioner and a member of the executive committee of the International Commission of Jurists. And she also is an executive council member of the Asian Society of International Law and has been a lecturer on international human rights at Soka University Graduate School of Law. Let us listen to our keynote speaker, please.
Excellency, distinguished participants, it is my great pleasure and honor to address at a high-level session of ministers and key partners of the World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education. I'd like to focus on 3 points. First, states should give more attention to young children as rights holders and to the laws, policies, and programs required to realize their rights during this distinct phase of their childhood. Investment in early childhood development is very important. It has a positive impact on children's ability to exercise their rights, breaks poverty cycles, and brings high economic returns. Early childhood care and education should be clearly specified in the budget classification system to ensure sufficient budget is allocated and the access to early childhood care and education to all children without discrimination by collecting and analyzing the disaggregated data. I'd like to emphasize the critical role of international cooperation to realize the access to education to all children in all countries, including early childhood care and education. Secondly, urgent attention to the particular vulnerability of younger children to environmental harms is called for. Exposure to toxic pollutants, even at low levels, during developmental windows of increased vulnerability can easily disrupt maturational processes of brains, organs, and immune systems and cause permanent diseases, disabilities, including behavioral impairments during and beyond childhood. States should consistently and explicitly consider the impact of exposure to toxic substances and pollution in early life. My third point is about the transformative power of early childhood care and education and the agency of children for sustainable peace. Living in conflict, insecurity, and violence in homes, schools, neighborhoods, and countries can have a lasting negative impact on children, families, and communities. The global community must address root causes of violence and conflict. Children should be recognized as agents of change for peace. The United Nations Programme of Action on the Culture of Peace, adopted in 1999, called for 2 particular actions focusing on children to foster a culture of peace through education. First, ensure that children from an early age benefit from education on the values, attitudes, modes of behaviors, and ways of life to enable them to resolve any dispute peacefully and in a spirit of respect for human dignity and of tolerance and non-discrimination. Second, involve children in activities designed to instill in them the values and goals of a culture of peace. Education on human rights, gender equality, culture of peace and non-violence, and global citizenship is integrated in SDG Target 4.7. I'd like to reiterate these 2 points: integrating human rights education into early childhood care and education from very early age, and involving children in developing policies and services of early childhood care and education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Otani. That is really a rich intervention in our discussion this afternoon. We got all of this good news. We need to integrate ECCE in at the early stage with investment, with budget, with financing, and the human rights at an early stage. We would like to now continue on with our distinguished panelists. And the first one is His Excellency Minister Shasi Ofaki Vahakfolo Sovalani, the Prime Minister and Minister for Education and Training of Tonga. Sir?
Thank you, moderator. Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just put in some kind of context the challenges that we in Tonga are facing. Late last year, Tonga experienced a triple tragedy with the eruption of the Hunga Tonga volcano and the consequential ashfall and tsunami sweeping through our coastal areas. And 2 weeks later, the first community cases of COVID-19. So we were trying to rebuild schools and what have you, but then we have to stop because of the restriction due to the COVID-19 community cases. Tonga's education systems over the years made tremendous investment in ECCE. It also realizes that its approach should be transformative so that it is resilient and more prepared for future impacts of climate change and global crisis. The devastation of COVID-19 and the tsunami created crises not previously experienced by Tonga. Let me just talk a little bit about policy and governance, about what we're doing in this particular area. In 2019, Tonga established its Tonga National Council for Early Childhood Development. The council is led by council members from ministries of Education, Finance, Internal Affairs, who are responsible for child welfare, health, and the Ministry of Justice. Why Ministry of Justice? It's because it's included, the reason why we're including it, because of our strong belief of working towards raising awareness and ensuring the enforcement of the rights of the child. Assisting the council is a steering committee, consists of the chief executives or the heads of these 5-member ministries. And also in 2013, Tonga reviewed its Education Act, mandating compulsory school starting at age 4 until 18. This mandate confirmed the commitment of the Tongan government to ECCE, which means ensuring equitable access to quality ECCE for every 4 years old and above. We also revised the Act for the establishment of an early childhood education division within the Ministry of Education. This division has also doubled its HR capacity over the last 3 years. The division is responsible for coordinating the ECE sector, working closely with other ECE stakeholders. On the quality in ECCE, only a couple of weeks ago, I launched the newly revised ECCE curriculum, Learning Through Play, the Heilala Way. Heilala is a beautiful plant back in Tonga. This value-integrated curriculum emphasizes the country's desire to reclaim values that appears to dissipate with time, both in teachers and our children. Within the curriculum is Tonga's first early learning development standards, known as KIDS, or Key Indicators for Development Success. We have never had this benchmark before, and because it is aligned with international benchmark, we anticipate that our young children will not be so far behind in learning and development in comparison to the rest of the world. Teacher skill, expertise, and qualification are crucial. Aspects that challenge the provision of quality ECCE, considering that only 50% of our teachers in ECCE have qualification, with only 39% only having a certificate level qualification. I compliment this new curriculum for taking this into account, after all, even the best designed curriculum needs a skilled and knowledgeable teacher to effectively deliver it. The provision of teaching strategies, guidance for teachers, and the daily emphasis for them to be passionate about their work, be respectful of children and others, value relationship with children, colleagues, and family, having the humbleness to be proactive and adaptable to change. This reassures us that our young children will receive the right support inside each ECCE classroom. Teacher registration has recently been enforced, making formal training and qualification compulsory for every teacher, from ECCE to tertiary level. A leeway of 2 years is given to unqualified teachers who are currently in the field to work toward getting their qualification. And with teacher training in mind, we recently established a bachelor in early childhood education. Previously, we had to go to Fiji, to the University of the South Pacific, to attain a bachelor degree in ECCE. On the financing side, the Tongan government has increased its investment in ECCE in recognition of the importance of early childhood care and education, with the establishment of dedicated budget. The increase of the number of ECCE centers by government from 5% to 42% is a testimony to the increased investment that the government is putting on this particular sector. Normally, we let non-government and the private sector operate ECCE centers. But due to the low number of enrollment, government decided that we need to actually invest more in ECCE centers. We also have a grant system to give yearly financial assistance to non-government ECCE providers. The assistance is calculated according to the number of children enrolled in each preschool every year. And scholarship has also been made available for those who are interested in this particular important field. For us, the next steps, we will continue down this path of priority setting and identifying what resources, both domestically and externally, that we need. It is not a journey we anticipate to take collectively with the wider community, aiming to increase enrollment to over 90%. We're also looking at renovating and building ECCE schools to make them more resilient to the damaging extreme weather events. Increasing the number of male ECCE teachers. Right now, it's about 90% female. And to continue to increase investment in education, focusing on ECCE. And lastly, promote and engage in building partnership and collaboration to strengthen this very important sector. Thank you, moderator, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Indeed, you have shared with us outstanding practices, policies, and measures from investment, teacher training, strengthening gender, all of this. And we would like to move now. That's a very, very promising practices, strengthening ECCE. And now let's go from Tonga to Lao PDR. And with us today is His Excellency, Mr. Putsi Malawong, Minister, Ministry of Education and Sports, Lao People's Democratic Republic. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to share the experience on the policy, management, and investment in early childhood education at this World Conference on the Early Childhood and Education. The Lao Democratic Republic acknowledges the importance of the early year in child development and her future. Laopedia enact in its law on the provision early childhood education, and recent efforts have been made in countries to further expand access to the quality ECC. Our efforts are centered around having the right policy, expanding access to quality ECC with priority given to one-year primary education, enhancing the quality through the environments in the curriculum and standards of services provision through the preschool foundation, fundamental quality standards, the training, professionalization of primary teacher, and engaging parents and communities. As other countries, the Laopedia has clearly defined the policy on education and consider education as a priority and important task in the National Socio-Economic Development Plan. The state's policy toward the development of education is that the state has defined education as the central task of human resource development and promotes people of all gender and ethnicity to have access to the education universally, equally, and to ensure quality, paying attention to expanding the preschool education, promoting health, hygiene, and basic nutrition for preschool children in preschool education facilities. Preschool education is one of the elements of the national education system with the goal of developing children grow up, have comprehensive development and learning socialized to prepare for primary education. While we have made a lot of progress in early childhood education development, we also have some challenges. We are all concerned the socio-economic impact of the pandemic could push more families to poverty and lead more children to drop out school, including the missing out of crucial early childhood education. Just like in many countries, the pandemic also exacerbated the budget constraint in the country as COVID-19 crisis have knock-on effect on young children's development, especially the most vulnerable, protecting and maximizing ECE investment take the great urgent than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to once again call all parts of the society to cooperate, join forces, and pay attention to preschool education to promote children to develop, learn, and maintain hygiene, to be healthy and have fun for a good future for the society and nation. Investing in the children is the investment in building quality national resources and building a foundation of sustainable prosperity starting from the first stage of the child life before school age of good learning in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So we learned about the key building blocks for ECCE from the perspective of Lao PDR. We have learned that His Excellency is investing as well in terms of access and quality ECCE and further supporting school nutrition, school feeding programs, better access. These are really very important dimensions of quality ECCE. And that brings us closer to all the policy frameworks started by Prime Minister and Minister of Education of Tonga from resilient ECCE system, and then we know more about access and quality ECCE with a component of feeding, school nutrition, and the law on the ECCE access to quality education, 1 year pre-primary education. Thank you and congratulations, Your Excellency. Now, I'm sure you're very excited to learn about this region. And we have His Excellency, Minister Emin Amrulayev, Minister of the Ministry of Science and Education of Azerbaijan. And for the next 5 minutes, he will share his views on some important policy inputs as well as barriers that stand in the way of realizing our transforming ECCE system. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure, first of all, to be in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent, and share our experience about ECCE. And I would like to thank, first of all, government of Uzbekistan for this event. So Azerbaijan is the country with 10 million people and having every year 150,000 kids being born. And ECCE, well, there's a traditional way of ECCE from the socialist system, from the Soviet socialist, from the Soviet times, and transformation of this system and bringing the new standards and new qualities are the main priorities for the ministry. As many others, like the same objectives from the access, quality, and the equity are among our key objectives. Well, from the access side, we are still lagging behind, but some 7 years ago, it was just 35% children had an access to preschool. And our analysis showed that starting at least having 1 year preschool for every child must be a priority. So by using our school facilities, I mean general education infrastructure, within 5 years, from 2015 to 2020, we achieved 90% access for 5-6-year-olds, which is just 1 year before the children start their general education, primary education. And by solving this access issue, we try now to go down, because officially, according to national legislation, which is law on preschool, national law on preschool education defines preschool age as 1 to 5. And based on this legal framework, the government of Azerbaijan has adopted national strategy on development of education as one important pillar of this system. The preschool access and quality are the key priorities for the system. So for the earlier ages, for 3 to 4 and 4 to 5, next to our traditional system, when the government pays for all the costs, mostly through the public institutions to increase the access, we are shifting step by step to some alternative models, some community-based preschooling and family-based preschool institutions, which are, they are, as an alternative, definitely they have much better fit for certain contexts, especially I would say in the rural areas, and from economic perspective they have much better ratios, let's say, if you talk about the return of investment or the public finances. Currently we have managed to reach up to 10-15% through these alternative preschool models, and then starting from next year we'll try to expand, and by adopting those pilot initiatives, which were mostly supported by UNICEF and European Union and Azerbaijani government. So at the moment, with up to 35% of preschool coverage, when I say 35, it's basically from age 1 to 5. We are targeting by 2026 to reach minimum 50% of all kids being in the preschool institutions, and more than 90% 5-6 years old being in the school preparedness programs. Definitely when we come to barriers, it's the justification of that was mentioned several times today, that this is the best investment for any government. But still, when all those calculations are made up, finding the right balance between the care and the education side of the preschooling, I believe that it's one of the biggest dialogues, internal dialogues, which we have. At the same time, what we are trying to do from the financing perspective, instead of looking at what percentage of GDP do we spend on preschool, we try to build the models which are linked to the results. So result-based financing, Ministry of Education is one of the pilot institutions in the government where the financing and the specific clear results on which is an access or quality based, and these budgets are linked to each other. I think for now that's it, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Indeed, we learned a lot about the minister's turnaround strategy. Imagine the 30 to 35% of access and investing on a lot of alternative models and now having 90% access. Wow, that is really something we all look forward to learning and benchmarking. And it's really a dedicated, policy intervention. And then we also learned about the utilization of infrastructure that are already present, like those in the general education, is really a very good model. And community-based ECCE also. Wow. So we need to interview you more, sir, for our own region as well. And I would like now to invite Ms. Elizabeth Lule, Executive Director of the Early Childhood Development Action Network, or ECDAN, and she will share her ideas on the key components required to build resilient ECCE systems as well as policies. So, Ms. Lule, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, it's an honor to speak with the honorable ministers and other distinguished panelists. I'm going to share just one slide. I hope it comes up. I'm not quite sure where it is. But as it's coming up, maybe the moderator can help me. I just wanted to say that during these last few days, and we're very grateful to the government of Uzbekistan and UNESCO for bringing us together to spend days reflecting on the needs of our children and what we need to do. The world has become much more complex. We had the pandemic that fractured the systems. We have conflict, ongoing conflict just around the corner and all around the world. We have climate change looming. All these crises give us an opportunity to actually think more boldly, think out of the box on how we can build more resilient systems that meet the needs of our children. And during this whole week, I think we have discussed all the issues that are captured in this conceptual framework developed by UNICEF on how we can strengthen systems for early childhood care and education. And as you can see, it's fairly complex. And we propose a systems approach because we've talked about financing, public demand, the workforce, quality assurance. But with a systems approach, you have to take the whole system and also understand that it's much more difficult. You can't just invest in one component, and if you don't understand that you have to actually address all the others and understand how all the components interact with each other, then you're not really making much progress. So it's rethinking the concept, the whole concept. And in this one, the enabling environment is extremely important. And one key issue that came out very strongly from the discussions is the importance of political commitment and leadership. This is very complex. Without leadership and without political commitment, we're not going to be able to bring all the components of the systems together and strengthen it and make the systems more resilient. And it's very important to reflect also on the principles that came out of some of the discussions I've been part of. The system has to be informed by evidence and science. It must have the commitment of the public. So obviously public opinion is very important in how they value children and the importance of investing in children. Oftentimes our rhetoric about the value of children is not matched by our actions, given how little we invest in this sector, and also given that the systems we previously had did not deliver on equity, they did not deliver on quality, they did not deliver on sustainability. And therefore, when a crisis happens, everything is very fractured. Systems must also be anchored in the values of the society that we work in, because adapting to context and culture is so important. So we can't propose a solution for everywhere. Every country has to figure out what is the context that they need to relate to. It must be focused and coordinated across sectors because ECCE is very complex. It must be dedicated to assuring equity, and we've seen the inequalities expand. And it must be inclusive of all abilities. We have failed children who have disabilities and other developmental delays and who are marginalized. And I would propose that we actually, as we go forward and take the Tashkent Declaration forward, that our first priority is to address the inequalities and make sure that the systems we have can deliver equity for us. And the system itself must be empowered by family and community voice as well. And that takes us on the how. We've not really discussed very much about how are we going to do all these things when we go back. So obviously systems analysis, or systems mapping, as they say, is very important. Excuse me. With systems analysis, then we will understand much better where the gaps are, how to prioritize, where to invest first, and then figure out the planning system that we need. Planning becomes very important. And in this case, given the stage of where we are in the world, planning must be in the context of crisis planning. When COVID-19 came around, countries had pandemic preparedness plans, but in the health sector, we did not have preparedness plans for young children. And that, going forward, I think would be a very important aspect of that. And scenario planning is also very important, because with climate change, with conflict, we will need different responses in place. And I think it raises the question, if COVID-19 was to, or another pandemic would come again, and it will come, what would you have done differently? What would you have needed to put in place in order for you to respond, to recover more quickly? And what are the policy options that are there that we should be considering? And how do we adapt to new technologies, but equitable technology? Because many of the children who live in rural areas actually did not have access to all the technologies that we have. So I think in conclusion, we need to establish a vision. Each country should establish its own vision, goals, and a vision that is owned by society. not just a government vision. We must focus on structural and functional alignment among the services, ensure that there are referral linkages, and that what doesn't work in one component will affect the other component. And then obviously, I think as we move forward to accepting the Tashkent Declaration, what are the implementation plans that we have to make sure that we can deliver on the promise of those commitments that we will make? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lule. That is a very good framework indeed, ma'am. And what you have shared is really supporting universal access to quality early learning with all of those frameworks, but I see clearly the importance of our champions, the ministers, the legislators, those who will make it happen, but taking as well very important insights like the context, of course, adjusting as well policies and legislation and reaching out to the most marginalized, disadvantaged early childhood care, education that we serve, the learners. And I think the systems framework is always very useful for policymakers like many of us here. And thank you for reminding us on that. And for those who are interested in that framework, there are so many things that she has mentioned, and all of them with good research and data, we can, I think, make a very good decision. And I would like to now turn to His Excellency, Mr. Abdulrahman Alasmi, the Director General of Arab Bureau of Education for Gulf States. And we would like to hear from His Excellency the perspective of ABEGS on early childhood governance, policy development, as well as financing in the Gulf States. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Allow me to present my speech by Arabic language.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, first, I would like to thank the government of Uzbekistan and UNESCO for organizing this important conference about this very important educational phase, the pre-primary school phase. So today I will tell you more about the Arab Bureau of Education for Gulf States, which is a regional organization at the service of several Gulf states. Today, in this conference, I would like to focus on two axes, two themes. First, equity, equal opportunities, and for children in pre-primary school. I will also focus on the quality of the programs. We are concerned with the quality of the programs that we provide to children. When it comes to the main components that I will mention and that have been mentioned by several ministers and heads of organizations, the first one is policies and legislation. Governments should have binding legislation and policies that make it compulsory to provide children with the opportunity to enroll in pre-primary education, and therefore there should be policies and legislation that guarantee children's right at this stage. Another component, which is also very important, is related to finance. Education requires significant budgets. States should take this into consideration and allocate the necessary budgets through direct government funding or by giving other sectors, including the civil society, the opportunity to take part in providing such education. Undoubtedly, we should focus on quality programs. We should have programs overseen by professionals that meet the needs of children of this age category. Another important element is teacher training and preparation during before service and during service as well. Some consider that teachers don't have to be specialized, but this phase has its own components. The children at this age have their own needs, and therefore it is important for ECCE teachers and staff to be specialized. Working on continuous training. This is also very important, as the teacher needs to be trained based on each age category that he will be dealing with. Raising awareness in society, raising the awareness of families, because this phase is not just any phase, it is an important phase during which the skills and the personality of the child develop. Therefore, there's the need to raise awareness amongst families and communities. If you would allow me, I would tell you more about the Gulf states. In the Gulf region, we focus on this educational phase. So we focus on education in general, but on kindergarten as well. Gulf states allocate more than 20% of their budget to develop and improve the quality of education. Part of the budgets are also allocated to kindergartens. Investment in this area increases year after year rapidly, as the governments in this region are focusing on this area, given that it is considered as an important area. So investment in this area is increasing. So that's it for now. I hope that we will later be able to talk about the role of the Arab Bureau of Education for Gulf States. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Indeed, we learned a lot about the focus of the region, including teacher capacity development and also investment. They're investing more on ECCE, allowing more budget to come in this early childhood care education, including focusing on quality and access to ECCE. I think we learned a lot of different insights, but basically if we look at all the sharing of the ministers and our experts here on ECCE, we are all on the same boat. We're looking at access, we're looking at quality financing, our departments on ECCE to back up the structure from the ministry, everything. And it is important to look at the systems, like what Lule said. All those. But I think basically from the minister's perspective, if we have a champion on ECCE who will put legislation, funding, financing, everything, it will work. Without our transformers and ministers, I think we will have to work some more. So let us all thank our panelists. We don't have a lot of time, but please, another round of applause to our speakers. And now, I would like to give the floor back to Your Excellency, Madam Camela, for the next round. Thank you very much.
The distinguished delegates, distinguished guests, thank you very much to our panelists, and thank you very, very much to Ms. Ethelañez Pascua Venezuela for having moderated that session. Now we're going to be hearing with just as much interest from all of the national statements that we received from delegates, and following the circular letter ed/pls.edp/2022/9140, and given that we've got such a packed agenda, we have no margin for delays, and so I'd like you to stick to the list as of yesterday's register for that speaking list. I'm going to ask each speaker to stick to just one intervention, and it must be 2 minutes max. So if we could all please respect the time limit, that will enable us to stay on schedule. Now I'd like to call on the Secretariat for Mr. Chong to hear the list of speakers. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. The statements, the national statements that were registered for this high-level segment are as follows. The EAU, in person, Georgia, in person, China, by video, Kazakhstan, in person, Palestine, in person, Norway, in person, Nicaragua, online, Malaysia, in person, and Qatar, in person. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chong, for that. So now I should like to hand over the floor to our first speaker, the representative of the United Arab Emirates, to open this evening's discussion, to be followed by Georgia. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I would like to start by extending our appreciation to the government of Uzbekistan and UNESCO for convening this conference, which reinforces our obligation as a community to align joint forces and focus on priority in early childhood development and early childhood care and education within the global agenda. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, more than 175 million children were out of pre-primary education in low-income countries. At least 8 of 10 pre-primary age children are missing out on the early years of education. Disruption in services provision amplified by COVID-19, especially in the areas of health, nutrition, and child care service, have led to increased burden on families and livelihoods. Therefore, it is now crucial that we work together to ensure that no further damage that has already occurred, but instead use the critical moment as this opportunity to transform early child care and education to provide young children the best start in life. In 2017, the launch of the Lincent ECD series for the Middle East and North Africa, together with UNICEF and the UAE Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, paved the way of the launch of the Dubai Declaration on Early Childhood Development. The declaration is built on the ecosystem that focuses on collaboration amongst key sectors and actors, and with outlining the principle of underlying commitments to providing holistic nutrition care to young children and their caregivers. We are happy to hear from our friends at Dubai Cares that the Dubai Declaration on Early Childhood Development today will contribute as a key building block to the Tashkent Declaration. On national level, the UAE has identified early childhood development as a critical foundation for building more diversified and sustainable economy within UAE's 27 Wind Vision. More recently, the UAE announced the establishment of the Federal Authority for Early Education and the appointment of a Minister of State for Early Education. This entity is responsible for developing legislation, policies, strategies, and programs related to the education and development needs for children, from birth all the way to age of 10. Once again, I wish to convey the UAE's commitment towards early child development and also our support towards fostering global conversations that aim nurturing the meaningful partnership and alliance focus on early child care education. I want to highlight about your contribution also outside the countries. UAE has an obligation to also support other nations, especially focus on the least developed countries. During the 5 years, we provided around $1 billion to SDG 4, around 5% to the ECCE. We are collaborating also with other UN agencies, NGOs, and international initiatives, like the Global Partnership for Education, where we committed to provide $200 million from 2019 to 2026. Let us remember that the youth of tomorrow are the children of today, and they are any nation's biggest strength and strongest asset for their economy. An investment in their early years is an investment in the long-term future of our people and planet. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very, very much to the representative of the UAE. Now, our second speaker is representative of Georgia. You have the floor. If Georgia is not ready or is not in the room, perhaps we could continue then with the representative of China.
Honorable ministers and distinguished experts, good afternoon. I'm very pleased to join you at today's conference. The Chinese government attaches great importance to early childhood care and education and stays committed to making it more accessible and inclusive as a public welfare and beneficial to all. Today, I would like to share 3 practices of the Chinese government in improving ECCE. First, make a good top-level design for better access and inclusiveness. Firstly, it has set the global of universal access, defined the responsibilities of government in planning, investment, teacher resources, supervision, equality promotion, and so on, and established a management mechanism for interdepartmental cooperation accordingly. Second, 4 editions of the preschool education action plan have been carried out consecutively at the county level across the country. Great efforts have been made to expand the resources for inclusive education via multiple channels. In the past decade, a total of 144,000 new kindergartens have been established, with 18.3 million children admitted additionally. Second, provide well-conceived early childhood care and education to improve the quality of kindergartens. The guideline to the learning and development for children aged 3 to 6 has been formulated to specify what and how children should learn, as well as what and how the teachers should teach. The guidelines to the evaluation of the quality of early childhood care and education in kindergartens has been introduced to improve particularly teachers' understanding and practices by emphasizing process evaluation. Every year, between May 20th to June 20th, this period has been identified as the National Month for Preschool Education Promotion, as a move to promote the correct concepts and approaches to early childhood care and education in the whole society. Third, promote educational equality to boost children's well-being. 60% of kindergartens established in the last decade are in rural areas. They serve as a strong guarantee of equal ECCE for children living in the countryside. The gross kindergarten enrollment rate of children aged 3 to 5 has climbed now to 88% from 56.6% in 2010. The goal of universal access and inclusiveness has been achieved ahead of schedule. Moving forward, the Chinese government will continue to take proactive measures to fulfill the following 2 tasks. First, we will keep increasing fiscal investment and optimizing the guarantee mechanism for inclusive ECCE. Second, we will continuously train the teachers in multiple ways, online and offline, to better equip them with professional expertise. We stand ready to strengthen cooperation with other countries for the realization of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Nous remercions.
Thank you very much to China for this statement. We are now going to continue with Kazakhstan. and Kazakhstan will be followed by Palestine. The representative of Kazakhstan, you have the floor, please. Good evening, dear colleagues. Good evening, conference participants. Madam Moderator, on behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Kazakhstan, I would like to thank the organizers and UNESCO, the Republic of Uzbekistan, for organizing such an important event. The Republic of Kazakhstan understands the importance of preschool care and education. This is a first step in the continuity of education throughout people's lives. With globalization, we see that education does need to be lifelong. Our state, therefore, is taking a number of measures to ensure that early childhood care and education are optimal. Early childhood care and education are essential for young children. This is an essential stage in their education. And we have both agricultural and urban preschool institutions on board for children of all ages, and that includes children with special educational needs. An important component in education is education at this age, and we have laws in place that have new models for education at the preschool level, and they take into account all ages of children. We are implementing work to ensure continuity of education at a preschool age so that children are ready when they begin school to study optimally. They've had sufficient socialization. We can now say with confidence that we are preparing and training our teachers and upskilling our teachers in such a way as to ensure that they're using the best possible methods at the preschool level. This ensures quality ECCE. Finally, I would like once again to thank all the participants and experts present for their reports and recommendations during our event. Thank you very much.
Nous vous remercions, Madame la
Thank you very much to Madam the representative of Kazakhstan. I now give the floor to Palestine, and Palestine will be followed by Norway.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Assembly, good afternoon. Allow me first and foremost to extend my deepest thanks and gratitude to all those who have contributed to this important conference. I would also like to thank the government and people of Uzbekistan for the good organization and the generous hospitality we have been endowed with. Many thanks also to UNESCO, our long-standing driving force. In Palestine, we give great importance to education as a tool of liberation, adaptation, and survival, a tool to put an end to occupation, to have hope and a better future for the lives of our children. We are not interested in access, we are interested in quality at all aspects, health, psychology, social aspects, cultural aspects, spiritual aspects as well. We are also interested in the quality of our services through partnerships, through coordination and collaboration with civil society organizations, NGOs, private organizations. In fact, in Palestine, we do not have enough resources. We work through a national strategic group, and we have clear quality standards. We have established clear quality standards for teachers' performance. We work on training them. We work on providing the minimum wage for a better future for education and learning. We are working in order to give a better and a louder voice for teachers. But we also need to listen to children. Voices of children and voices of parents are always taken into account in our work. What we seek is to reduce inequalities between cities, villages, remote areas, and also between men and women, because as we know, the highest rate of workers in ECCE is women. This is something positive, but we need more men in this career. Right to life is important, but so is right to education. This is why we seek to elaborate a clear policy to put an end to violence in Palestine. A right to quality education requires follow-up. This is why we established a follow-up framework, and we reached a high level of access, more than 95%. But what about the remaining 5%? We need to work on a policy to integrate all children who are not enrolled, and we need to have an action plan. Yes, government contribution is also important. We started with a modest budget with only 20% contribution in this sector, and we hope that one day we can work further in order to better train teachers and better provide services. This is why collaboration with parents, raising awareness and taking initiatives is all these are highly important. Parent educators are the best way to guarantee the best interest of children in order to live and learn in a safe environment. We look forward to collaborating with everyone in order to support this highly important sector. Thank you. I wish you all the best of luck in this conference.
Nous remercions. Thank you very much to the representative of Palestine. I now give the floor to Norway. Norway will be followed by Nicaragua.
First of all, we would like to thank and congratulate Uzbekistan and UNESCO on this wonderful conference, World Conference on Early Childhood Education and Care. With the 2030 Agenda, we have a universal action plan for building a more sustainable and just world. Participation in education is key to ensuring that all children and youth are provided with equitable opportunities, irrespective of their socioeconomic background. Norway is prioritizing equity and inclusive education, and several policies and adequate funding have been implemented to ensure early childhood education and care of high quality and is accessible to all, such as a right to a place in kindergarten of high quality for all children from 1 year of age, and such as regulated maximum fees for all, and moderation schemes for children in low-income families. Having national regulation and standards are important to ensure quality in the provision. The Kindergarten Act and the Curriculum Framework Plan for the content and tasks of kindergartens sets the standards for quality in all kindergartens, public and private. More qualified teachers are key to building an inclusive and high-quality early childhood education and care for the future, and the government of Norway has increased funding for professional development for all staff, and also to increase the level of qualified teachers and staff, and to increase quality in kindergarten teacher education. Kindergartens in Norway are play-based and child-centered and shall act in the best interest of the child. They shall respect and safeguard the intrinsic value of childhood and ensure that children can experience joy and a sense of achievement, and to learn, develop, and be included regardless of differences in gender, age, background, abilities, and needs. On account of the special rights extended to indigenous peoples, Norway has particular responsibility for safeguarding the interest of the Sami children. Kindergartens play an important role in promoting values, attitudes, and practices for more sustainable communities, and thus contributes to SDG targets 4.7. Norway remains firmly committed to the SDGs, and if we are to progress towards building a better future, we must work together and approach the major challenges of our time. This conference is part of the broader global effort for quality education for all children and lays the foundation for going forward together. Thank you.
Merci à la représentante.
Thank you very much.
Donner la parole
to Norway. Now I'd like to hand over to the representative of Nicaragua, who's going to be online. Madame la Présidente, we have just been informed that Nicaragua is not going to be able to make it online.
La Malaisie, et après...
In which case, we will continue with Malaysia, to be followed by Qatar. Malaysia, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Chair, Your Excellencies,
ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia has always placed a great emphasis and efforts in ensuring quality early childhood care and education for all children, especially now as we build back better, stronger, and more inclusively in a post-pandemic world. To strengthen inclusion, well-being, and quality ECCE services in the country, ongoing, systematic, and intensified efforts have been an integral part of the key performance index of the various ministries servicing the ECCE industry. Currently, the ECCE sector in Malaysia, which includes government agencies, the private sector, and NGOs, are providing ECCE services to 748,212 children, including children with disabilities aged 4 to 6 years in 50,301 classes nationwide. 56,952 preschool teachers are responsible for the delivery of quality ECCE services to our children. Under the split ECCE system, childcare and preschool in Malaysia are overseen by different ministries and regulated by different acts. This has admittedly resulted in challenges of coordination between different ministries with implication on data collection, teacher training, quality assurance, licensing, monitoring, and funding allocation. However, various mechanisms have and are being put in place to ensure stronger coherence and coordination among the various ministries and ECCE providers in the country for a whole of government, multi-sectoral and multi-approach to ECCE in Malaysia. Since time is of the essence, allow me to highlight 3 of our key actions. First, we have formed a National Preschool Development Committee consisting of government agencies, academia, and the National ECCE Council, which represent key ECCE stakeholders in the country, to not only bridge the public and private ECCE sectors, but to allow for more strategic engagement and partnership in strengthening joint dialogues, solution, and inclusion quality ECCE provision in the country. Second, at the governmental level, we have set up a special committee co-chaired by both the Minister of Education and the Minister of Women, Family and Community Development to work in partnership on the governance, coordination, and implementation of childcare and preschool services. This includes ECCE curriculum, standard and quality assurance, licensing, data collection, and funding. Third, we have established a systematic data capturing system for childcare and preschool to allow for targeted, integrated, innovative intervention and to address inequalities in ECCE, and we are now focusing our efforts to develop a better integrated data system across all agencies to ensure more strategic decision-making. On that note, we wish to reiterate our sincere thanks for the opportunity to deliver our national statement today. You may count on Malaysia's continued engagement and contribution in fulfilling our commitments to SDG 4.2 and the Tashkent Declaration and commitments to action. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much to the representative of Malaysia. And the last delegate now will be the representative of Qatar. You have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace and blessings of God be upon you. Allow me first and foremost to extend my deepest thanks and appreciation to the government and people of Uzbekistan for the warm welcome and the generous hospitality. I would also like to thank UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference revolves around early investment in an attempt to improve education and build a bright future for mankind. We have always given a greatest importance to ECCE and to human development and to the importance of investing in human beings from womb to tomb, and these are amongst the pillars of Qatar's 2030 national vision. The Ministry of Education and Higher Education believes in the importance of this phase because it is the foundation of building societies and ensuring its prosperities. Qatar has been keen on drafting early education policies in specialized early childhood institutions to meet the needs and expectations of children in their early years. These policies draw upon several factors: the state's constitution, Qatar's national vision, the national development strategy, the education and training strategy, and the best educational practices in developed countries. And in order to ensure the implementation of these policies, they have been categorized in accordance with the following global standards: quality and equity, policies of safety, policies of prevention from fires, policies on dealing with accidents, etc. The second pillar is access to early education. This pillar includes inscription or enrollment, access to every children regardless of their background, capacities, health conditions, taking into account a good quality education. Governance, this standard involves a child protection policy as well as other policies related to hygiene, health, nutrition, provision of medicine, etc. Human resources, this standards includes standards related to the number of staff, recruitment of professionals, of coordinators, as well as their qualifications. The next standard is community-based partnership with parents, partnerships with civil society as well, and local society. Finally, we have the financing factor. The Ministry of Education allocates a specific budget for early education. Under the overall education budget, it covers infrastructure needs, technical and academic logistics, safety requirements, recruitment training, and comprehensive ECCE programs. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Education and Higher Education has prepared a guide for ECCE teachers and staff. This guide includes an integrated curriculum covering the child's main areas of development. Therefore, kindergartens have been designed accordingly and have been equipped with modern learning tools such as computers, media libraries, play areas, and others. Furthermore, one teacher and one assistant teacher have also been assigned to each class. To conclude, I would like to reiterate Qatar's efforts in promoting ECCE teachers' well-being, in creating a positive and enabling work environment for them, as they are the true leaders and they are essential to the success of the child's transitional period. They are responsible for the high quality and accurate implementation of policies. Thank you for your kind attention. Assalamu alaikum.
Merci. Thank you very much to the representative of Qatar, dear delegates. Thank you very much for your very substantive and interesting statements. I would like to thank you, Excellencies and distinguished delegates and participants, for the rich discussions we had today. Thank you for your valuable contributions. I will now close this session, and I invite you to attend the next session, which is the special session, High-Level Engagement for ECCE. It will take place here in the main Congress Hall. And this is a special session, even a very special session. It focuses on various issues, and we have a lot of high-quality speakers taking part. I would like to welcome the First Lady of Gabon, who will be participating in this event. This is a wonderful person who has worked hard to promote quality and inclusive education for all. Thank you very much, and I wish you successful work.
Très bien, merci.
Mais on se salue quand même.
Ok, très bien.
For this final session of the day, and we will begin the panel discussion in a moment. So, it is my great honor to moderate this final session of the World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education. Through this conference, we are together reaffirming every child's right to quality care and education and emphasizing increased investment in children from birth to the age of 8. Today, I'm joined in this panel on stage with a remarkable group of political, social, activists, and arts and sports leaders to talk about why ECCE is so important and what can be done in these different fields to advance the causes that have brought us together for this conference. Before we open the panel discussion, it is my honor to invite to the podium Her Excellency Sylvia Bongo Ondimba, the First Lady of Gabon, to make a keynote address. Her Excellency Sylvia Bongo Ondimba became the First Lady of Gabon following the inauguration of her husband as President of Gabon on the 16th of October 2009. In 2011, she created the Sylvia Bongo Ondimba Foundation for Family, whose areas of intervention are centered on women, the youth, support for civil society, and solidarity to empower various members of society. Fully committed to the protection of women's rights and the promotion of gender equality, she led several advocacy campaigns that led to major reforms on the national and international levels. Prioritizing the training of tomorrow's leaders, she created the Zavino Excellence Scholarships and founded the international school École Ruban Vert, which offers bilingual education program and grants merit scholarships to children from less privileged backgrounds. So without further ado, allow me to introduce Her Excellency Sylvia Bongo Ondimba. Please.
Excellent.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. First of all, I would like to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan and his wife, for the very warm welcome reserved for both myself and the members of my delegation. I would also like to congratulate Ms. Audrey Azoulay, Director General of UNESCO, and all of the UNESCO Secretariat for organising this conference. Thank you for the opportunity to express before the international community my commitment to the protection or care and education of young children. Thank you for my country, Gabon, and thank you for our continent, Africa. In a world that faces a number of challenges and upheavals, it is essential to recall to what extent policy for early childhood care and education is an essential way to contribute to building stronger, more dignified and more equal societies. We must not forget our children are the cement holding together our nations. We can change the course of history, the story of a person, by paying attention to the beginning of that history or story, and therefore education is a priority for me. I tried initially to protect mothers and help them to support their children from the youngest age and to provide them with guidance in educating their children. We've tried to protect maternal health, and we've tried to promote at a national level the fight against gender-based violence. In my country, Gabon, access to education is equal. Girls even have more school education than boys currently. And we have a 93% school attendance rate for children under 10. However, we only have 69% of children attending school if they are under 3. However, we know that these early years are essential for building strong adults in the future. We are therefore promoting equal and inclusive education for children of all ages. This is a challenge that we are taking on. At a state level, we are each year investing several millions of dollars in youth initiatives, including for young children. Since 2013, I have been focusing in particular on promoting youth development, in particular with respect to children with disabilities. We've been trying to ensure that children with disabilities have equal access to educational and emotional development. We have been trying to increase teacher training and put in place innovative learning methods. After 3 years of experimentation, our current programme has been recognised by UNICEF, and this means that we have been able to extend the programme to other educational institutions with the endorsement of our Ministry of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, our policy, all of our policies for early childhood care and education is an essential way to overcome social inequality. If we have shared challenges and if we work together towards the same ends, we will be able to make much progress. Investing in Africa is essential if we are to help young children. This is a condition to ensure a successful future for our continent. We need all of you to stand by our sides. Our children need to be provided with the resources they need so that they can face future challenges, and it is through our shared commitment that we will be able to achieve this. We need to work together in order to build a better future world. We need to ensure that children have equal access to education throughout their lives. I wish for us to work together to protect children at a young age and ensure ECCE for all, both in Africa and elsewhere in the world. We have a collective responsibility to ensure sustainable development for future generations. As Sigmund Freud said, early childhood education leaves a long-term trace on our lives forever. Thank you.
And now I would like to invite to the stage His Excellency Mr. Tengku Muhammad Faiz Petra, Crown Prince of Malaysia, to make some opening comments. Is the Crown Prince with us at the moment? Okay. Can I said English. Yes. Sure. It's my pleasure to introduce Tunku Zain Al Abidin Ibn Muhriz to give comments on behalf of Malaysia. Welcome, Mr. Muhriz.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, and thank you to the government of Uzbekistan and UNESCO for inviting me here. I'm pleased to be following the national statement by my ministry earlier, and I would like to build on that statement by sharing how one civil society initiative has helped to fill a gap in the provision of ECCE in Malaysia. In 2013, my Institute for Democracy and Economic Affairs embarked on a research project to understand the needs and aspirations of the bottom 40%, i.e. those earning under less than $1,000 per month, roughly. And what we found was that the urban and rural poor are just as passionate, if not more, about education as middle and income families. Yet they felt neglected by the system. But what we found was that for children with disabilities was particularly concerning, because being poor and not being able to care for a disabled child means also not being able to work when the provision of special education was insufficient. And our solution was to establish the Ideas Autism Center, making us a think tank with a practical proof of concept project, working with private sector supporters, other charities, and cooperation from federal and local government. We have established 2 primary school level centers for children on the autism spectrum, offering the national special education curriculum, full suite of therapies in a full day session. Though of course COVID-19 meant some disruption and online classes. Despite that, I am proud that 85% of our students have entered mainstream public secondary schools. Parents' satisfaction is high to the extent that they don't want to remove their children past the maximum age. And our teachers have helped to establish other autism centers, sparking a renaissance in pedagogy and cooperation. And hundreds of training sessions for parents have been conducted to promote parenting practices such as positive language, planned discipline, and understanding development and communication styles. New collaborations with partner universities will continue to improve knowledge, pedagogy, and therapies for children with autism. But most importantly of all, the provision of ECCE through Ideas Autism Center means that parents, particularly single parents and single mothers, now have the ability to work full-time and get an income, and this is truly transformative. Ladies and gentlemen, innovative civil society partnerships with the private sector, charities, and government can make a unique contribution to ECCE. The normalization of such partnerships bode well for strengthening delivery, while the data and experience gained can feed directly into the policy-making process. I am confident that all areas of preschool education can benefit from such a model, and I'm very pleased to share and learn from others in this regard with this conference. Thank you very much. Rapat.
And now it's my privilege to introduce Her Excellency Gabriela Dubukele. Her Excellency Mrs. Gabriela Dubukele, First Lady of the Republic of El Salvador since 2019. She is a psychologist and prenatal educator. She is a pioneer in comprehensive early childhood development and education. In 2010, she founded Prepare and created a babies enrichment and development program based on creative arts, making Prepare the first prenatal education and early childhood education center in El Salvador. We will now watch a short video prepared by Ms. Dubukele.
Your Excellencies, dear guests and friends, El Salvador is changing, and it is doing it from the beginning. That is why we're investing in early childhood. It is a great challenge, and at the same time, a legacy for the new generations, because even though we're a small country, we dream big. We hope that our commitment and work will become an inspiration for other countries in the region and around the world, because everything begins in the early years. As the First Lady of El Salvador, as a psychologist and prenatal educator, as a professional working in the field, and especially as a mother, I'm humbled and honored to be part of the World Conference on Early Childhood Care and Education, organized by UNESCO. Under my leadership in El Salvador, the early years are a priority of the national agenda. From the beginning of our administration in 2019, we started working on the Crecer Juntos National Early Childhood Development Policy, which seeks to ensure that all children achieve their developmental potential. Scientific evidence shows that if we seek the well-being and protection of children, if we change the way that our babies come into this world, if we provide education, care, and support for early childhood, we will have healthier and better prepared adults, both physically and mentally. In other words, we will have a different society. By investing in our early childhood, we are investing in our future. In El Salvador, early childhood represents 12.5% of our population, more than 800,000 children. With this change and focus on early childhood, we are promoting and improving our country's most valuable asset, our human capital. Crecer Juntos arises as the state's response to early childhood to guarantee the necessary conditions and provide quality services appropriate to their particularities. The policy was created with a focus on rights, a multidimensional vision of development, and the shared responsibility of all sectors, with emphasis on preventive actions, strengthening, accompaniment, and protection also of the family. This policy focuses on 4 main areas. 1. Health and nutrition. 2. Education and care. 3. Protective environments. 4. Rights protection. By emphasizing these areas, we can cover the integral growth and development, articulating each moment of child development. To guarantee compliance with the services and care proposed by the policy and to ensure that they reach every child and are sustained over time, the legal regulatory framework for early childhood has been strengthened. To date, the country has adopted under my leadership the following laws. The Crecer Juntos Law for the comprehensive protection of early childhood, childhood and adolescence, which seeks to guarantee the exercise and full enjoyment of the rights of every child and adolescent from early childhood, including the right to education from birth. The Nacer con Cariño Law, for a respected childbirth and affectionate and sensitive care for newborns, which aims to guarantee and protect the rights of women from pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum, as well as the rights of babies to a sensitive birth care and breastfeeding from the first hour of life and the newborn stage. The Amor Convertido en Alimento Law, for the promotion, protection, and support of breastfeeding, which guarantees the right of all children to breastfeed from the first hour of life, exclusively during the first 6 months, and complementary up to 2 years of age or more. The education of children is the most important work that society should do. Quality education generates an integral development based on stimulation and learning, both academic and human. Thus, the Crecer Juntos policy and law are boosting the expansion of early childhood and preschool education coverage, especially the quality and warmth of the services. To guarantee comprehensive early childhood education, we are working together under the framework of Mi Nueva Escuela, a new educational model that involves students, their families, teachers, school leaders, the community, and the state to generate opportunities for comprehensive development. In addition, our work is being carried out in an articulated manner to improve the infrastructure in 1,470 schools, including the incorporation of pre-primary education. Implement a creative curriculum for early childhood, which prioritizes play, exploration, arts, sports, music, active participation, and expression. Produce and broadcast television and radio programs with a playful educational emphasis on early childhood education. Create and produce a literary collection for early childhood Árbol de Vida in different inclusive formats such as sensory books, braille, audiobooks, and video stories in sign language, among others. Offer cultural and sporting events for children from 0 to 8 years old and their families. Maintain and create public spaces for family recreation such as theaters, parks, tourist centers, and sports venues, with emphasis on early childhood. Implement healthy eating habits with families and within the school. This work has brought us here today, together with you, engaged to bring early childhood to the international agenda. We are putting our experience, our knowledge, and the warmth that sets us apart as Salvadorians at the service of leaders from around the world. We are committed to take actions in support for early childhood on a more regional and global scale. Working for early childhood is a great challenge, but at the same time, a great satisfaction. Because we're working to leave a legacy for this country. We're also sending a message about how countries like El Salvador can make a contribution. Let us all be a part of this commitment of love, a commitment we all share so that everyone involved in the early years efforts can contribute to a successful developmental story. Thank you very much. In El Salvador, early childhood matters.
And now we have a short video intervention from Mr. Richard Grant, a celebrated actor, playwright, and performer whom I'm sure many of you will recognize.
Dear UNESCO, the government of Uzbekistan, and the many ministers and delegates from countries around the world, congratulations on coming together to work on solutions that will make sure that every young child during their early years receives the care and support they need to realize their potential. Globally, 43% of children under 5, about 250 million, are at risk because they do not have access to programs and services to enable their development. As an ambassador for the global movement and program Think Equal, whose leaders are here with you in Tashkent, I care deeply about this. I know you will come away with concrete plans for the urgent action needed to change this crisis and ensure that no child is left behind. Thank you very much.
And now we can move into the panel discussion. And I shared this list of speakers with a friend of mine earlier today, and they commented on how diverse this panel is. And it's remarkable that people with such a diverse set of backgrounds are all coming together in support of the same cause. We're going to begin by hearing from Her Excellency Ms. Agrippina Shin. Ms. Shin began her career in 1980 as an engineer in the research laboratory of the Tashkent Electrotechnical Institute of Communications, For 30 years, she worked at the Tashkent Vocational College of Information Technologies. Until 2004, she worked at the second vocational school in Tashkent, where she was Master of Industrial Training and Director for Educational and Industrial Work. In 2017, she was appointed as head of the newly created cabinet post of Ministry of Preschool Education, and in that capacity is the chair of this conference. So, Ms. Shin, you've been a leader in ECCE improvement here in our host country. What do you hope is the outcome of this session, and how can we use the collective voice of such a diverse group of panelists and leaders on stage to advance the agenda of this conference?
Thank you very much. Truly, today's session sort of brings together everything that's been said by specialists and high-level figures who have taken part in this conference so far. We've been talking about a shared approach independently of the country that you represent. All of us have a shared approach and a shared opinion. That is, preschool education, ECCE, is extremely important. And it will allow us to ensure that every person and every government can improve their development or their practice. And so Uzbekistan is fully committed to this theme and, of course, to the Sustainable Development Goals, and it's part of those goals. And that's why we're hosting the conference here in Uzbekistan. I support everything that's been said and everyone who's speaking at this conference because our vision is, as I've said, shared. We have similar goals. I would like to recall the words of the wonderful Confucius, who said, if you wish to have results in a year, then you need to undertake a certain amount of work. You need to plant a grain of rice. If you want results in a longer period, then you need to plant a tree. If you want results even further in the future, perhaps in 100 years, then you need to invest in education. And the earlier we invest in our children's education, the earlier we dedicate resources to this important theme, the greater the results we will see in the future. Many wonderful words have been said about preschool education. Preschool education is not just a way to guarantee the future of our states, but also to ensure a positive future for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shin. And now we turn to our next panelist, Ms. Stefania Giannini. In 2018, Ms. Giannini was appointed UNESCO Assistant Director General for Education, becoming the top UN official in the field. As Senator for the Republic of Italy in between 2013 and 2018, and in that period as Minister of Education, Universities and Research between 2014 and 2016, she developed and implemented a structural reform of the Italian education system centered on social inclusion and cultural awareness. Ms. Giannini, my question to you, and I ask you to keep your response to 2 minutes. How can these leaders on stage support UNESCO's important work on education and specifically ECCE? And what specific role do you see them playing in this international movement?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, hope you're fine. A long, long day, but very, very amazing. So, less than 2 minutes. Education is a matter of life or death. It's a matter of salvation of destruction. That's what the quotation from DG Azoulay this morning. I do agree, and I'm sure in this room all of you agree with me. So I'm so happy to be part of this champions platform. I'm not sure it's the right place for me to be, but I'm just thinking what do you have in common and what do we have in common? I think passion for sure. I think commitment to make education and the right education from birth a reality for all children in the world. We know it's not the case. We know that still 33 million aged 5 to 6 out of 134 million of children in the world will never have a 1 year of pre-primary school. So there is still a lot of work to do. I'm sure that it's very much about engagement. And this is the third thing we have in common. UNESCO, as you know, is championing education since many years. This year is a special one. We talk a lot about the Transforming Education Summit, which is a common agenda to develop. So I have a kind of job description, dear celebrities, dear champions, for all of you today. Please, we need your mind, we need your heart, we need your hands to help UNESCO and all the UN system to mobilize commitment at the highest level, to mobilize new funds and new investment, because investing in children is the most important initiative that countries can do. We just heard from the First Lady of Gabon, the First Lady of El Salvador, the real work that it's happening on the ground. And we also need you to not give up ever. It's not an easy investment. It's not an easy priority. Politicians, I can tell you also based on my experience, do prefer to invest in what they see as a result and an outcome in a few months, in a few years. But this is about the future of the world and the future of our children. So this is my proposal to these champions, and happy to be with all of you. And thanks for coming and supporting us.
Thank you, Ms. Giannini. A very strong sort of call to arms on behalf of children, and a perfect segue as we turn to Mr. Kailash Satyarthi, who similarly this morning exhorted us to do more. Mr. Kailash Satyarthi is a human rights activist from India who has been at the forefront of the global movement to end child slavery and exploitation since 1980, when he gave up a lucrative career as an electrical engineer to initiate a crusade against child servitude. As a grassroots activist, he founded the Save Childhood movement, and he and his organization have liberated an astonishing 115,000 children from slavery and created a successful model for their education, rehabilitation, and reintegration into mainstream society. He is also the founding president of the Global Campaign for Education, an exemplary civil society movement working to end the global education crisis, and also the founder of Goodweave International, which raises consumer awareness for positive action in the carpet industry. Earlier today, Mr. Satyarthi, one of the delegates came up to me and pointed out how moved they were by your comments this morning, where you really had a strong message and used your voice effectively to inspire. So the perfect question to turn to you is, how should we all be using our voice and using platforms like your successful global campaign to support pre-primary education as a right for all? And if I can just ask you to be brief in your response, please.
As a matter of fact, you have already started using my voice, which you did this morning, and you are doing it again. I recall those days, and some of my colleagues from UNESCO, friends from UNESCO, are sitting here, that several years we kept on trying to bring a Nobel laureate so that he or she can lend his or her voice for education. When I was one of the members of high-level group on education, so people like Director General Matsuda, and later on the Director General Irina Bukuba, my friends. And we used to talk that how to bring the strongest possible voices of Nobel laureates in education sector, and unfortunately we could not do. So that time I was not a Nobel laureate, but now I am. So UNESCO can always count on me. This is my promise. But everybody must speak about it. It is not just one event. It is not just your profession, but to raise the awareness in the community and multiply and amplify that message. It is important that we should not leave any place where we can speak about children. We must speak. So that is one. Secondly, we should also explore new avenues. There are so many faith leaders and institutions in Islam, in Christianity, Judaism, Hindus, in all religions. Those who are very progressive, those who have thoughts, and those who wanted to speak out on certain things. I think it would be better, it would be good to approach them and try to bring them together, if possible, for education in general, but early childhood care and education in particular, and they can speak out about it. When I was listening to Sylvia and other First Lady, I was quite inspired, and I thought that why don't you form a group of First Ladies for early childhood? So that can be a concrete thing which can come out of it. And I invite you to lead this. And so when we say First Ladies, there could be the daughters of the President, like Madam Sakhanuza. I spoke to her yesterday and I was equally impressed. So if there is a platform of such compassionate and bright women in power in one way or other is formed, that could be very, very helpful. So first one is faith institutions and leaders to speak out about this thing. Secondly, using your voice. And thirdly, youth organizations and students organizations. They can speak out. There are young people across the world who are compassionate about the issues and wanted to make this world a better place. So if we are able to introduce this idea of early childhood education care, a few of them, not all, to be pragmatic, can definitely come out with that. And I'm sure that voice matters. Voice matters when everyone is silent. One single spark of candle matters in darkness, and each one of you matter in this situation when the children need you most than ever before. Thank you.
Excellent to have a concrete idea come out of the panel already. Now we turn to the world of sport, and I'm really impressed to be introducing Miss Fatma Samura, because there is a World Cup happening next week, and yet she is here with us. Miss Samura started her United Nations career in Rome as a senior logistics officer with the World Food Programme in 1995, and she served as country representative or deputy humanitarian coordinator in 7 countries: the Republic of Djibouti, Cameroon, Chad, Guinea, Niger, Madagascar, and Nigeria. In a humanitarian career with the United Nations that spanned 21 years, Ms. Samura managed to initiate and lead several development and humanitarian programs across the globe, helping to empower women and youth, change lives, and protect the environment. Ms. Samura has been able to make a difference to millions of people through her work in the United Nations, and stepped into her role at FIFA to help change the world through football as the first ever female Secretary General of the football world's governing body. Ms. Samura, considering the fact that football is incredibly powerful as a unifier, it is popular, and we are all excited for the World Cup, how can we use this incredibly high visibility moment to amplify UNESCO's message and the message of this conference? And what symbolic gesture can this conference take from FIFA? We would appreciate your brief response.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, thank you to our host, Uzbekistan, for this perfect organization of this World Conference, and thank you for UNESCO for giving me the possibility 5 days before the World Cup to come and also amplify the messages on our partnership. In exactly 5 days, the eyes of the world will be turned on Qatar. A small country, but a great country for sport and for football. You will have 5 billion people, 5 billion, more than half of the world population tuning in to watch the 64 matches over a period of 28 days. I don't think of any other platform in the world after 2.5 years of pandemic and global economic crisis to deliver a message, especially on this very important topic that is early childhood care and education. Concretely, we have already taken action. We signed 2 years ago with UNESCO and with UNWFP a memorandum to take football back to school, because football is not only a sport that will maintain healthy our children, but it's also being used as a tool for quick learning. We all know that the best period for an adult in making to capture the essence of life is during childhood. So we want to mobilize 700 million children from the age of 4 to the age of 14 under our Football for School program by giving them basic life skills that they will be using throughout their existence. Because by learning at an early age, you make them not only good citizens, but also good actors of development. So this is a very concrete action. So the ball is already in the middle of the pitch. We are kicking it on the 20th of November at 7:30, and you will be seeing all the messaging on the importance of education for all being seen by the global world. But we are not going to stop there, because our partnership with UNESCO will span, hopefully, for the next 20 or maybe 100 years like the World Cup. And the idea is very simple. Using football icons as a role model to teach basic knowledge, but also skills life that will be serving the humanity throughout the period of our existence. And this is our message. Come and join the Global Alliance for Education for All for 28 days to pass on the messages on how great being partnering with UNESCO is in a now when the world will be only occupied by one thing, who will be lifting on the 18th of December the most coveted trophy on earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I speak from personal experience that there's no better reward for 5 hours in the classroom than 1 hour on the football pitch. So I think it's a fantastic initiative. We now turn to Ms. Clarisse Agbegenou, who is a French and Tongolese judoka. She is a double Olympic champion and 5-time world champion in the 63-kilogram weight division. Her experiences in judo and campaign work with the Lego Foundation have made her a firm believer that sports is a powerful educational tool which has a strong impact on the development of children. She is also a recent mother, and there's an adorable baby here somewhere, and that has taught her many lessons about the crucial importance of high-quality care services for health and education during pregnancy and beyond. So Ms. Agbegenou, let me turn to you and ask you to briefly comment on why do you think that the link between sports and early childhood education is so powerful and important? And as an international sports star yourself, what role do you believe that you and your colleagues can play in championing the cause of early childhood education within the sports community and beyond?
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. Je peux parler en français, c'est vrai, j'avais oublié.
If you'll allow me, I'll speak in French. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you to UNESCO, thank you to Uzbekistan, and thank you to the Judo Federation in Uzbekistan, which has really offered me a very warm welcome. I would like to say one word. Everybody I've spoken with agrees with me, and this word is sharing. Sharing is everywhere. We see sharing in sport, we see sharing in all the activities relating to ECCE. You're all here to demonstrate that sharing is very useful. I'm a young mother, as you said. My little girl is asleep at the back of the room. And I know that she's sleeping peacefully and that her sleep is important for her. I now understand why my mother wished to provide me with the education I had, which included a lot of sport. Because when I was studying, it was hard for me to sit in the same chair all day. And with sport, I was able really to be myself and to share. And these values are very important for me. These values are essential to me now too, and I know that these values are shared by all of you. I'd like to share these values with my child as well. I've been able to really realize my dreams through sport, and we can see that other people around us, other judo players, other countries, other sports federations, and that includes developing countries, not everyone has had access to facilities and infrastructure such as we have in France. And yet this is important, especially for young people, very young people, because they are the future of our world. They will be the vehicles for our values in the future. And so I hope that all of the sharing that we have had over the past couple of days will really help our children. Sport needs to be at the heart of our work so that children can express themselves freely, be themselves, use their physical senses and their hands to express themselves. Therefore, I would really like to underscore this need for sharing. Thanks to education and thanks to sports training I had at school, I was able to discover judo. And I discovered that judo was really for me, that judo was my future. And I'd like to thank my schools and the various institutions that have helped me to discover sport and practice sport, because judo and sport can really add some colour to our lives. And I think the world will be better with these colours. Thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be here.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Turn to Alexis Talay. After surviving an explosion as a child that cost him his arms and legs, Alexis became a master of sports in swimming, a member of the Belarus Paralympic team, and has been awarded a black belt in Taekwondo. He founded a charitable foundation, acts as a motivational speaker and coach, and owns several world and European records, setting the world record in the 50-meter breaststroke at the Paralympic Swimming World Championships in London in 2019. In addition to all of these remarkable achievements, Alexis is the proud father of 4 children. Alexis, I'd like to build on Fatima and Clarice's comments and ask you to tell us briefly, how can the sports world advocate for the importance of inclusive early childhood education, an important theme that has come up in many of the national statements in today's session? And how can you, as a role model and motivational coach, help bring inclusion front and center into the early childhood education agenda?
Спасибо. Позвольте.
Thank you very much. Allow me first to wish a very warm welcome to all of you. We have almost the whole world represented here this evening. Many countries, many continents are here with us this evening, and truly, for many years now, I've lived in a different body, so to speak. Just in a split second, I became a very different person. And this event changed my life. Often, events happen in our lives that transform them. And these events have an impact not only on ourselves, but on our whole families. These difficult times need to be overcome. And it's very difficult. And yet I've learned very much from the event, from what happened to me. I was transformed. I've become rather a different person. I look at life differently now. I look at myself differently now. I see my place under the sun in a very different way. I have a different understanding. It seems to me that we each have our own pathway through life and our own role. I became a public figure. I suddenly appeared in newspapers and so on. I was even on TV sometimes. I have my own page on social media now. And my life has been, I think, as a result, interesting to a lot of people. And many people who have disabilities and who have families have asked me a number of questions. They've asked me how I've been able to overcome these difficult times and even have a number of successes in my life in spite of a number of very negative prognoses that were given to me initially. Thanks to God or Allah or whoever you'd like to call, perhaps, the divine power in the universe, I've been able to make progress. Indeed, I took a decision. I decided to take on sport as a challenge, and I thought, well, perhaps I will succeed. And indeed, after a certain number of time, I became a member of the national Belarusian team. I became a record breaker in Europe. I had a number of successes in the Paralympics. And I began to receive a number of interesting letters and messages. A number of people with disabilities told me how grateful they were. They told me that I set an example for them. I went out onto the field. I refused to be ashamed. I succeeded. And all these photographs and videos online that can be seen have also inspired others in difficult times, in dark times, to overcome pain, a lack of confidence, horror even. I've been able to inspire people to find themselves and to continue to progress in their lives and to succeed. Many people, both individuals who've experienced difficult events and their families, have come to me and been photographed with me. And then I was able to understand that my life has not been in vain. I've been able to help others, and I will continue to strive to inspire others. I will continue with my own example to ignite the souls of others so that they can believe in themselves and continue to seek their own paths and achieve success. Thank you to all of you for everything you are doing, everyone here. Thank you to heads of states. Thank you to the state of Uzbekistan. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you to UNESCO for allowing me to speak. Thank you very much for discussing these very important issues. I hope that we will be able to assure a positive future for all of our world and for all of our children. I would like each child in our world to be happy in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexi. I think a phenomenal contribution, because it tells us that what's important alongside voice is story. And that's a great way to segue to Miss Leslie Udwin, who takes us to the world of art. She is a BAFTA and multi-award winning filmmaker and human rights campaigner. And her documentary, India's Daughter, has been critically acclaimed around the globe, has won 32 awards and sparked a global movement to end violence against women and girls. Her journey making the film led Leslie to turn her back on filmmaking and devote herself to Think Equal, a global not-for-profit charity whose mission is to teach all children that all humans are equal and equally to be valued. So Leslie, we've heard a powerful story from Alexi's personal experience, but by using those kinds of stories, I'd like to ask you to briefly comment on how creatives such as yourself work with other high-profile voices, such as those from politics and activism and perhaps sport, to collaboratively catalyze support for early childhood education.
Kota Rahmat, Mina Dorman. Rahmat UNESCO.
Thank you very much to UNESCO. Thank you very much to Uzbekistan.
Of course, the most obvious answer to this question is that the voices of high-profile supporters, when they endorse a mission, make the message travel much further and much louder. And that is very important. We are all here to disseminate our message. In this movement and program, which I lead, called Think Equal, we're blessed to have Meryl Streep as a patron and Pope Francis as a partner. That's pretty good going. And of course that has helped. But I have to say, in a world which moves as fast as ours does now and is as fickle as ours is now, even those extraordinary voices, when people are trained to have the attention of a fly, pass on quite quickly. So what is it that actually moves the needle forward? Well, you asked me the question as the representative of a creative community. I hope I am creative, but I am no longer a creative. I am no longer a filmmaker because I have forsworn that to be an activist for early childhood education. I know what is going to change the world, and it's not filmmaking. Films can only create awareness. God knows we have enough awareness. What we need now is action, not words. We need practical tools to be put in the hands of our early years practitioners. No more frameworks and academic documents that they can't even understand. We need action. We need to implement the Convention of the Rights of the Child, which every single nation has ratified, and yet so much of it lies languishing, neglected. Article 29, education shall be directed to the whole personality of the child. Where have you seen that happen? So what we have to do now is to give our early years the tools to become the responsible global citizens of tomorrow. It is they who are going to reverse the catastrophic paths that we are embarked upon for all the wrong reasons, and it is they with whom we can co-create a pro-social mindset. And it's mindset we need to change. It is they and only they who are the gateway to sustainable development and who will lead us to a free, safe, just, and equal world. So let us invest in early childhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. To round out the panel discussion before I turn the floor back to Her Excellency Miss Ondimba, I'm going to start at that end of the panel and come this way, and I'd like to ask each of you to give me one word, whatever word comes to mind, to describe how we should think and take forward the ideas that are going to be encapsulated in the Tashkent Declaration at the end of this conference. Leslie, you gave us many good words, but let me turn to you to start with your one word, and then we'll move this way, please.
Invest.
Thank you. Clarice.
Dreams.
Dreams.
Compassion.
Passion.
Compassion, not passion.
Compassion.
With love.
Empower.
Happiness.
Джанине совершенно одинаково.
I also wanted to say happiness and love. So I re-echo that.
A set of, I think, excellent words to sum up what this conference is about. And so without further ado, allow me to please invite Her Excellency Sylvia Bongo Ondimba on stage again to make the closing comments for this panel discussion.
Excellences, Mesdames.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I would first of all like to thank the panelists for their wonderful talks. Thank you very much for sharing with us your dreams and your different visions for a better education for children that would be more inclusive and better adapted to their needs. What you've said reiterates that we have a shared world and we have the same challenges, we have the same issues that need to be addressed. And within our ecosystems and communities, we need to ensure that we tackle these challenges over the long term. We can share and pool our efforts, so to speak, with the same voice and ensure that that voice is louder in promoting the importance of ECCE. We need to advocate for the education of little boys, but also little girls. We need to protect them. We need to support them. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, there is an African proverb I would like to share. Working alone, we can work faster, but together we can go further. We need to go further so that we can have a firmer and more positive impact on our children's lives. We need to ensure that there is education for all without any discrimination. I believe in alliances. I believe that multi-party alliances and partnerships are very positive. We need to work with governments, private actors, and civil society. By working together, we can ensure that each of us ensures that we carry through our commitments and our duties for the future. We have today overcome geographical and disciplinary boundaries. We are able, by working together, to change historical issues and write a new history for the future. I am committed, in the name of humanity, to a better future. I am committed to use my voice and my leadership to provide children with a better opportunity for the future. Thank you. Thank you very much to you. If you could just stay on the stage one moment, please. We have a gift for you.
World Cup ball being presented by Miss Samura to Miss Ondimba. And we have a couple more of the World Cup balls coming on stage. A special reward for a day, excellent day at the conference.
I have another ball for you, Madam.
And this one is being presented to Miss Shin. And it is actually embossed with her name. Very special. And the final ball will go to Miss Shahnoza Mirziyoyeva. Well deserved, given all of the support that the ministry has provided for this conference. Fantastic. Well, with that, I'm very happy to inform you all that we have ended an excellent, productive day at the conference. I wish you all a lovely evening, and I thank our speakers for their wonderful contributions. I hope you've all taken away something from this discussion. Thank you again.